Hello, everybody, and welcome to the GibChess Battle of the Sexes 2022. We're live from the Garrison Library here in the heart of Gibraltar for a very, very special, unique, first of its kind event, a classical Scheveningen event contested between 10 of the best women players in the world and 10 of the, well, certainly very strong grandmasters who are battling it out here for a huge prize fund of £100,000. 10 women versus 10 men. It is purely battle of the sexes. No women will be playing against each other. They're all on the same team, as are the men. So it's all about brotherhood and sisterhood in this tournament. They've got to fight together because they've got a lot of pride on the line and a huge prize fund to fight for. A £50,000 difference between the winning and losing team. It's classical chess, so it's going to be an hour and a half all moves and then a bonus time after move 40. So the games are classical like they have been in Gibraltar since chess really landed here. And as you can see there on the screen, we are playing in a fantastic new venue. For many who have been following the Gibraltar Chess Congress and GibChess for years, of course, the Caleta Hotel was the home of this event. With a heavy heart, the Caleta Hotel will be no longer in use. And so we've moved down the road to the Garrison Library, which in itself is steeped in history and heritage. And it's absolutely fascinating to be playing in this, well, to be commentating from here and for these players to be playing here. And I think they're going to enjoy it very much. It feels like a very apt surrounding to play such a high-class, high-level tournament. We will, of course, go through the pairings and through the players in a very short while. You can see there's already some of the names, some absolute superstars in town. For example, Jansai Abdulmalik playing for the women's team, one of the top young, fantastic women players in the world, close to, getting even in, I believe, top 5. She's certainly going to be, in my opinion, one of the biggest stars when it comes to women's chess in the following years. We've got Gunay Mamadzada. She has had a phenomenal year in her own right, already rated 2470. Very, very bright future. How about Pia Kramling, the women's captain? Pia, a stalwart of the game. She is a grandmaster. She's played the best. She's been the best. And now, with her years of experience and wisdom, is going to be guiding this team through, hopefully, to a victory. Iris Secunda from Indonesia is here, as is Marisa Bag. And let's not forget the guys as well. Captaining the guys team is the very trustworthy Sabino Brunello, grandmaster from Italy. And we've got a lovely mixture of players. And what's really fantastic about this tournament is that it's been designed so that each team is fairly matched. So the average rating of the women's team and the average rating of the men's team is almost identical, just a few rating points. So it's going to be very, very competitive and not lopsided. So who have we got? Well, we've got the likes of, how about Joe Gallagher, the famous Joe Gallagher, playing now under the Swiss flag from England, great player in his own right. Ravi Harrier is here, England's newest grandmaster. Bobby Cheng, grandmaster from Australia. We've got Balashonka from Hungary, fantastic young international master. And what about this? The king of the internet himself, king of YouTube, Eric Rosen. Eric, he's lit up the internet with his channel, YouTube and Twitch and otherwise, has got a huge following. Absolutely brilliant that he's here. And we've got, as I say, I'm not calling the exact pairings here, I'm going through the names, but how about Maria Muzichuk? One of the top women players in the world, rated well over 2,500, grandmaster, huge talent, great for her to be here. Olga Gia from Russia. We've got ex-world champion Antoaneta Stefanova playing. Great to see Antoaneta here. She is a repeat visitor here in Gibraltar. She's been here for years and years and years. It's great to see Antoaneta back. Jovanka Huska. Jovanka, many people will know from the job that I'm doing at the moment with all of her work over at the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. She's now giving playing a go. And the young talent from Israel, Marcel Efroimsky, also here in the building. absolutely fantastic mix of players. And as I say, I expect a very, very competitive tournament and very interesting chess. They're all very creative players, so that's going to be fantastic. Now, what we're going to do in a short moment is we will go over to the playing hall because we've got a very esteemed guest making the honorary first move today, Sir Bonanno, who is the minister here for Bossano, I beg your pardon, Joe Bossano, who is the minister for economic development, enterprise, and telecommunications. I believe he's going to. He may not. We'll get confirmation on that. My understanding, he was. He may be interviewed another day here, but hopefully he's going to be making the first move. If not, hopefully we'll see him at the tournament at some point, because he's been really the big supporter for Gibraltar chess, and he's the one who has really made it possible for this event to happen under all the circumstances globally. In the meantime, what else have we got? Well, of course, what we want to do is we want to hear from you guys at home always. So even though I'm alone at the moment, I will be joined, fingers crossed, by the lovely Irina Bulmaga, who is on her way. And we want to hear from you guys. So make sure you use the hashtag GibChess. We'll keep an eye on Twitter to make sure. We'll keep an eye on the YouTube comments as well to make sure we get your feedback, questions, queries, and otherwise. This is very much the first of its kind. I've commentated on many events over the years, lots of different formats, but a Scheveningen event where it's men against women, it's a new format. And we asked a lot of the players yesterday briefly what they thought, and everybody was really enthused. There's a camaraderie in the teams, which is very nice to see. And it's very also nice to see how a lot of these players, especially I would say on the women's team, where they're all top players and they all participate in the same events, where they are, they're real rivals, and now they have to work together. And that's a really nice change, because they're so competitive when they play against each other. Now they have to play for each other and employ certain tactics. And as the tournament goes on, what's going to be really interesting is what happens when you get to round 7, 8, or 9, where if it's close, do you change your tactics? Well, that's where Pia Kramling and Sabino are going to have to impose their wisdom, because there might be some games where, Pia says, look, tonight or today, please, don't go all in here, or try and make a draw here, or do whatever it is, because, the prize swing is just so huge that you might have to employ some different tactics. So there's a lot of meta game stuff going on in this tournament, and that's what makes it equally as fascinating. It's obviously also an absolute honor to be here, and really a lot of thanks has to go out, of course. I will get some thanks before the tournament kicks off to the Gibraltar government, to Brian Callahan, who's really been the foundation, the rock of this tournament, who has been here since the very start, either at the Gibraltar Open or now here, who has pretty much devoted himself to making sure this tournament, is able to happen. And despite all the difficulties and global circumstances, to be able to get over 20 nations, that's right, we've got over 20 flags from, I believe, every major continent is here. It's absolutely fantastic, and a lot of credit needs to be given to the sponsors, who you'll see on the screen, to the Gibraltar government, to Brian, and to the entire organization team, who have worked really tirelessly in order to make this happen. It's not been easy, as you guys can imagine, and a lot of credit is due there. We can see now in the playing hall the players getting lined up. We've got Matthew Carr there, the arbiter, in the top left corner, who's going to be making sure everything works smoothly. Laurent Frey, who is the director of the tournament this year, in the middle there, speaking to Patricia. And you can see a few, looks like visitors, media, interested bystanders. And we can see the people lined up there. Of course, it's taking place in the library. This library itself was created in the 18th century, and it was, it is, I should say, located right in the center of Gibraltar. And many interesting old books here, a lot of heritage in this library. And I can say that having played in a similar setting before, playing in a library with all the history around you, it does inspire you to play some really fascinating chess. It feels like the right kind of place to play, and the setting is very interesting. Now, what we could do is actually go through the pairings very quickly, as we've got 5 minutes. I'll talk about the individual pairings now. So we've got Irene Sukand against Sabino Brunello. That's going to be, certainly, Sabino is favorite on paper, but Irene is absolutely no pushover, and especially with the white pieces. And by the way, you can see that all the women have got white today. So each team, they either have all white or all black every day. So Irene has got white against Sabino. Abdulmalik playing against Andres Marario. Now, Andres Marario, perhaps one of the lesser known players playing for the men's team. He is an Andalusian IM, very strong young player, got a lot of potential. Abdulmalik, the big rating favorite. Of course, Jansaia has had a phenomenal few years. Her progress has been incredible. So Jansaia, big favorite, but Andres, not going to be an easy game. On board 3, Gunay Mamadzada against Hussein Aziz. Now, Hussein Aziz from Qatar, one of the top players out of Qatar. Great to have him here. And playing against, for me, having covered chess for the past year, one of the big breakthrough stars, Gunay Mamadzada. She's now rated 2470, incredibly young. I think she's only 21 or 22. Extremely talented. And I expect her actually to be a big contender for the women's crown in the next few years. I think she's got all the weapons. So that's going to be very interesting. Pia Kramling, of course, no introduction needed. Pia has been playing chess at the top level for decades, and she's playing against Bilal Belhassin from Algeria. Bilal is, for me, again, a kind of I would say he's not an unknown quantity, but he's extremely talented. And Bilal is going to really, make it a very tough game. We can see them there. Bilal rated 2508, higher rated than Pia, but Pia with the white pieces, she is extremely solid, extremely tough. And I don't expect this to be an easy game for Bilal at all. So that's going to be interesting. Moving on, we've got Marie Sebag against Leandro Kirsa. Now, Marie Sebag, many people will know, the top French women's player. And she's been basically the top women's player for years and years, as far back as I can remember. She's won just about anything. She's a grandmaster. And she's playing Leandro Kirsa. Now, Leandro Kirsa is from Argentina. Leandro has been here a few times as well. He actually got his GM title in Gibraltar in 2017. Has had some amazing individual results. Loves it here. So Marie's going to have a difficult game today because Leandro's in his second home almost. And we can already see, actually, the games have kicked off. So we can see on the video there, that is the game between Maria Muzichuk, playing with the white pieces, and England's newest grandmaster, Ravi Haria. Young Ravi, what a year he had last year. He got all 3 norms in 1 year, which is just unbelievable. Fully deserves it. Really classy player. And is playing against a very tough opponent in Maria Muzichuk. So obviously we'll be checking out that game. Olga Gierga playing against Joseph Gallagher. Joe Gallagher was, for many years, one of the top theoreticians in the world. Produced a lot of great stuff. And in fact, today I can see out the corner of my eye, He's playing the King's Indian defense, his trusted defense. He's even got a variation in the King's Indian with his name on it. So Olga, will be really interesting to see what she does. Olga, in her own right, a bit underrated nowadays. 24-16, she's much better than that. So she's probably had a rough year or something last year. Because for me, Olga, she was rated, I believe, over 2,500 at some point. And very, very lovely person, class player. I'm very curious to see how she does with white against Joe Gallagher. Antoaneta Stefanova playing Bobby Cheng. This might be the most interesting pairing of the round. Antoaneta Stefanova, Etty, the former women's world champion, loves Gibraltar. She is here every year without fail. She played in the Open for years and years and years, did extremely well. Had some, I recall she had some amazing performances over the years. And she's playing against Bobby Cheng, a new breed of grandmaster out of Australia. I believe Bobby Cheng originally was from New Zealand but moved to Australia when he was 10 years old, started training with Grandmaster Daryl Johansson, and then he became World Under-12 champion, which was obviously amazing for Australia. And so he's going to be giving Antoaneta a tough game. That's a really interesting matchup. After that, we've got Jovanka Huska against Balázs Csonka. As I said in the introduction, Jovanka, mostly known now for her commentary exploits, has done an amazing job as a co-commentator for the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, the Magnus Carlsen Tour. She is a great player in her own right. She's still very hungry as a chess player. When I went to Oslo for a guest appearance on the show, I spoke to Jovanka, and she's still got a lot of ambitions regarding playing, actually getting the Grandmaster title, perhaps getting her rating back up to where it used to be. She's got a lot of plans, and so she won't be ruled out because this is going to be a big stepping stone for her. And Balázs Csonka, as I say, I met Balázs, lovely guy. He's only 24 years old. He's from Szeged in Hungary. He's pretty much already Grandmaster status, I would say. He's already got one norm from the Bundesliga. He's already crossed 2,500, and he's very close to getting the Grandmaster title. So he could probably even do it here with a good performance because there are more than enough Grandmasters he can face. That will be an interesting game. Difficult game there for Jovanka. And Marcel Efroimski. Marcel, I don't know extremely well, but I do know that she is really one of the hottest prospects in women's chess. She's 26 years old, rated 24-37. She's Israel's top women's player, and she won a bunch of world championships as a youngster. And she's playing Eric Rosen, who Eric, you know, just had phenomenal success in the online streets, and the stuff he does on YouTube and Twitch is phenomenal. One of the biggest followings in chess, if more than 500,000 people subscribing to him on YouTube, 200,000 people in Twitch. And I spoke to Eric yesterday, and Eric is very, very excited about playing some over-the-board chess. He too has got some serious ambitions, wants to get the Grandmaster title. Got a fair way to go because he's only rated 23-56, but I think he's very underrated. And I'll be really curious to see how he does in this event. So that's the pairings, and I guess that means that we can actually just go straight to the games. So I guess we should start with the captain first. And we will start with Pierre Kramling against Bilal. And if we can bring the board up, that would be fantastic, because I'll go through the moves. Here we go. So I can see the live board here, but I was hoping I was able to go through the moves. Apparently We'll just check that out in a second here, guys. Bear with us. Okay. That one isn't working. Let's try this one. Here we go. We're good. All right, excellent. Okay, so it started out with Pia Kramling playing with white, playing the move knight f3 to start. Pia has played knight f3 and c4 and all of these Reti or English systems most of her life. Bilal replies knight f6, c4 and e6, knight c3, and an early bishop b4, which is now met by the move queen b3. This is a slightly rare move. Of course, it's been played, and it's actually a system I quite like. If white had played the move pawn to d4, we would have got a more standard either Rogozin or a Nimzo-Indian variant. But the move queen b3 says, you know what, I'm going to attack the bishop, and I am going to force you to make a decision about whether you want to give up this bishop or not. And I actually really like this style because I think it's not as theoretical, and you can already get in some practical problems here as black. For example, if black takes on c3 here, for example, the move bishop takes c3, white can take back with the queen, and now this diagonal down here is a potentially very dangerous diagonal for black because white is going to continue with playing some kind of queenside expansion, a3 and b4, going to put the bishop on b2. Black might try to set up something like pawn to d6 and pawn to e5 to stifle this bishop on the long diagonal, but I always preferred these positions for white. I feel like there's a lot of kinetic energy in this position for white, and if you are able to open the position, having the pair of bishops really works out very well. Instead, though, well, that can't be the move. So there's a transmission error in that game. b6 would drop the bishop. So I think most likely what happened was that Bilal probably took and played the move b6. Hopefully we can get the correct moves there, and I can see that the board is down just for the moment. So we'll figure that out. It's good that we've got that at the start. Let's move on to another game, and let us go to, well, where should we go? Lots of interesting games going on. We've already got a lot of moves in the Maria Muzichuk versus the Ravi Haria game. So let's have a look. So what we've got here is on the bottom left on your screen. The small board is the current position, and the board that's flicking through the moves is obviously my analysis. So started out with e4, e6, the French defense. Oh, let's try not to do that again. The French defense played by Ravi. It's his go-to weapon. He played it a lot with a lot of success. He had fantastic World Cup where he employed it and has had some just really good success, put it back on the map really in many aspects. So he plays a French, d4, d5. Maria now plays the move knight c3, and now we see the classical by Ravi, the move knight to f6. Maria now plays bishop g5. Of course, the other main move here is to play the move e5, kicking the knight immediately, but bishop g5 pinning is perfectly fine. And now Ravi decides to play the Rubinstein variation with d takes e4, which again is not the most played here after bishop g5. Bishop e7 is more popular, just breaking the pin, as is the move bishop b4, which can lead to some very interesting and double-edged positions. But d takes e4, a favorite of a lot of interesting players. For example, I think of Alexander Morozevich, who used to play like this. And we get a very, very imbalanced position after knight takes e4, bishop e7. And after the move bishop takes f6, g takes f6. So black voluntarily weakens his kingside structure. But the point is that he's looking to use the fact that he's got the two bishops to kick the knights, to try and exploit the fact that the position is open. And it's a sort of position where you can absolutely play for a win here as black. This is this position is full of dynamism. So white here plays the main move, which is to go queen d2. Now in this exact position, Ravi plays a move that I'm not so familiar with, but Ravi is extremely well prepared. I know that because I've done some work with him. And my understanding is that in this position, more common is to play a move like f5 immediately hitting the knight, or perhaps to play a move like pawn to b6 to develop the bishop to b7. But Ravi tries to solve all of his problems off the bat with the move c5, which is very, very interesting indeed. Immediately attacking the center. So white here plays the move knight takes c5. I guess the move d takes c5 has to be considered, but I'm not exactly sure how black would follow up. I want to play something like queen takes, king takes, and maybe if I go f5 here, I wasn't quite sure what I was doing against knight d6 check. I would have to take that off, I guess. Pawn takes. Can I just go king d7 here as black and try and win that pawn back? And for example, if knight f3, I can take. I can put the king on e7 and say no harm done. Even this position looks slightly better for white. So Ravi must have had some direct resolution here after d takes c5. But Maria didn't spend much time. She just took on c5 with the knight already, so she's obviously she's familiar with this position at least. Ravi took, exchanged queens, and now played the move a5, which is a very, very typical idea. And we see what Ravi's trying to do is he's trying to stifle white's move pawn to b4, which would protect this pawn. So Ravi's indicating that he wants to win this pawn back. And if black manages to win this pawn back in this particular structure, black tends to be doing quite well because the king is very safe. The rooks can fly to the d and c files. Even the g file can be used. And it's not really clear what white's pieces should be doing here. So Maria played the move rook to e1, brings the rook in straight away. And now Ravi plays the move knight to d7, hitting the pawn. And this is where I expect Maria, you can see her on screen thinking, to play the move c6. This would be a typical idea in this position, to try and give back the pawn under favorable circumstances, dislocating these pawns, so you have two isolated pawns, and now continuing to get her pieces out. I don't know, a move like just knight to f3, for example. And again, it's the sort of position I would take white. If rook to b8, maybe I can put the king on c3, protecting this pawn. I can put the pawn on b3. White is very, very solid. So it's clear in this game that Ravi hasn't got really any big expectations to try and win. He just doesn't want to lose this game. So that's going to be very, very interesting indeed. Let's move on to another game, and I'm trying to find one that's just a little bit more spicy. And I can see one out the corner of my eye here. The game Marie Sebag against Leandro Cresa. We'll go from the start. The game started as a Caro-Kann. e4, pawn to c6. d4, pawn to d5. The advanced variation with e5 and bishop to f5. And the most played variation nowadays, which is just to bring the knight out and put the bishop on e2. This variation is called the short variation, named after Nigel Short. Nigel, who has also been here for years and years and years. You know, he loves Gibraltar just like anybody else. He managed to get his name on the variation. White plays in a very standard and simple way, but it's got a bit more venom to it than it may originally seem. Sometimes this bishop can get a little bit in trouble on this f5 square. You can start chasing it around if you are not careful with black here. So the short variation, very, very popular. Black now brings the knight to e7, which is certainly one of the most played moves. White just castles. And black decides to play in French defense style with the move pawn to c5, attacking this center. Again, not the only move. Black has tried all kinds of things in this position. One idea is just to play h6 at the right moment. Firstly, to give a bit of luft, a bit of safe space for this bishop to come back to h7. And sometimes it's actually to get a little bit jiggy with the move pawn to g5, start creating space, perhaps put this knight on g6 and play a bit more aggressively. Certainly one way. Another way to play is just to bring this knight to d7 before anything. But no, Leandro goes for a very critical variation, which is to attack this center immediately and ask White how she wants to play. And here, Marie, Marie, if you look at her games over the years, a very, very combative player, doesn't really back down. She now plays the move pawn to c4 after a 2-minute think. So now we have all of this tension in the center, the position liable to open up, and we could get some fireworks. Now, as I say, I'm not a huge expert on the theory of this line, so I'm just going to go by their moves. Leandro played knight to c6. And again, Marie playing relatively quickly, which is an indication that she's still in book, plays the move pawn takes on c5, and Leandro replies with the move pawn takes on c4. Now, material is equal for the moment, but I can see that White can win a pawn by playing either queen takes queen and then bishop takes c4 or bishop takes c4 immediately. My guess is that if there is a queen trade and you take on c4, black probably has got a number of ways to be fine here. For example, the move knight to g6. Hitting this pawn, hitting this pawn. You can't defend both pawns at the same time. You can try and get some pieces out with tempo, but perhaps after bishop g5 you can just move the rook, and it doesn't feel as though black is in any serious danger here whatsoever. So I'm not sure that really works for Marie so much, but she is going in for a little think now, so I wonder how well versed she is in this particular line. Difficult to say. We'll see if she has anything up her sleeve. Okay, we move on. And I can see that we've got a lot of orthodox classical openings on the board. Let's go to Jansai Abdulmalik against Andres Merario. So this one started off as an Italian opening, and we get to effectively one of the starting positions of this Italian. Lots of different moves you can introduce. You can play h3 here first, or you can play the move b4. All kinds of little nuances to this position, but I'm going to get to the juice of the matter, which is what happens after knight bd2. And one of the big things that black always asks himself is, well, my bishop can sometimes come under attack. I need to give it a bit of breathing room. So you normally move this pawn so you can drop it back here, but where to move it? As somebody who's played e5 for all his life, I've always tended to put the pawn on a6, but it's become more and more popular nowadays to put the pawn on a5. You do this for two reasons. One, you stop b4, kicking the bishop. Another reason is you can actually gain space with your a pawn yourself by playing the move a4, like so. The downside of this move is that you give up the b5 square. That square is now a little bit more weak. So sometimes this bishop can actually come around the houses, like so, and get a more Spanish position. And sometimes you can utilize this b5 square successfully as white. However, most of the top grandmasters are playing with the pawn on a5. There seems to be a bit of a consensus now that this is probably the right way to play. So a5 was played. Janzaya playing very quickly with the standard knight to f1. The idea is often to bring the knight to g3, as we see in these structures. Andres decides to keep on running with the a pawn, makes perfect sense. Pawn to h3. Okay, bishop to d7. Bishop to b5. So, as I was mentioning, now Shansaya looking to take advantage of, to have that square, threatening this pawn. So Andres plays the very, very natural move, knight into e7, which is, you know, a typical idea. Now you're offering the exchange of bishops, which is what happened. Bishop takes d7 and queen takes d7. But of course, when you remove the knight from the e7 square, then sometimes what can happen is the pawn on d3 can advance to d4 because there's no tension around there, and you hit the bishop. And here, Andres Morario played the move bishop to b6. And the first question I have is, well, white cannot win a pawn. Looks as though at first glance you could, but you can't. For example, after d takes e5, d takes e5, if you take the pawn on e5, I can just chop here on d1 and chop here on e4. I'm now hitting f2. I've won my pawn back, and I'm doing fine. And if you take on d7 first, I can just take back, and the knight handily defends this pawn. So Andres has not blundered a pawn with the move bishop to b6. So instead, what happened was, and I will get those moves up in a second, is Shansaya just brought the knight to g3, and I believe that's the position we have at the moment with Merario Alarcón in the tank. What can you say about this position? Very, very standard looking position. I like the fact that Andres has managed to advance his a-pawn. I think that's actually a fairly decent trump for him. Gives him a lot more flexibility on the queen side. He's got decently connected rooks. The only problem is, how do you proceed now with black? Because if you ever put a knight on g6, which is what you tend to want to do in these positions, is that sometimes white can now play the move knight f5. Now, I know already people are saying at home, well, hold on, you're blundering with knight takes e4. Even this isn't a blunder because, for example, I can either play something very spectacular like knight takes g7 or maybe knight takes h6 with check and then recapture here on e4. But things get very, very out of hand. For example, after f5, rook e1 and e4, it may be the case that black is taking over the initiative quite quickly here. So things can get, as I say, very, very out of hand. And Andres plays what looks like a very, very interesting move indeed. The move queen to b5. That one I did not see coming. But that move is made possible as a result of this advanced a-pawn, right, to a4, because now white can't play a4 himself. Andres is just protecting this pawn laterally with the move queen b5. The knight can't jump to f5. Very, very interesting move indeed. So we've got potentially a unique game here, because I've not really seen this maneuver before. The other point is that the b2 pawn is also now always in the eye line of this queen. So very, very interesting game happening there. Okay, what else have we got going on? Let's take a look at Mamad Zada against Hussein Aziz. Mamad Zada with the 113 rating point advantage, which is extremely interesting. Playing white. We had a Berlin defense and the main line with castles knight takes e4 and the move 5 rook to e1. Of course, the absolute Berlin main is with the move d4, and we've seen tens of thousands of games in this variation where the queens come off, but Gunay decides that she wants to play with the other very trendy variation, rook to e1, hitting the knight. The knight goes back, and now you can take on e5. Of course, the bishop is not able to be taken because knight takes c6 check will win the queen with that discovered check. So you have to go bishop e7, and now this bishop drops all the way back to f1. This is all well-known theory. The knight takes on e5, the rook takes e5, and castles. Pawn to d4, been seen thousands of times, and now the move bishop to f6. And this is the first moment where things get a little bit interesting, because years and years ago, White's move here simply wasn't on the table, because it's not a human move. But the machines showed that it is possible, and that's to play the move rook to e2. The main move, of course, is just to drop the rook back to e1. But there are some benefits of having the rook to e2. A lot of the time when this rook comes over to e8, White would like to not have to worry about rook takes rook and then this d-pawn hanging. So the rook to e2 is actually protected. And it gives White a bit more flexibility in terms of being able to bring pieces out. For example, if Black plays the move rook to e8 now, White could, for example, play bishop to f4 in one move. And not worry about the exchange of rooks. But Hussein here decides to play a move which is also, I think Wesley So played it, I think a bunch of players have played it. Again, a very weird looking move, but one that's computer approved, which is to play the move knight c4. Again, a move that really couldn't really be considered years and years ago. The point of this move is, well, that in general the knight is quite poorly placed on d6. And Black wants to play d5 and be able to bring the bishop into the game via f5 or g4. So Black finds this kooky little move knight c4 in order to do that. And now the point is that when White kicks the knight away with b3, Black's argument is that that hasn't actually helped White because you've weakened this long diagonal here. And Black is happy to invest moving this knight for another tempo in order to justify that. White now played the move queen to d3 and pawn to d5, and I believe this is a position we have on the board. I tend to feel that White has got really very, very little here. I think you need to be an extremely well-prepared super grandmaster in order to really make these positions materialize in your favor. I feel as though, having commentated on the elite events, when you look at the Wesley So's and the Caruanas and the Maxime Vachier-Lagravs who play these positions, they really understand the nuances 20, 30 moves deep. And if you're not as aware of those, then converting any kind of little advantage here is very, very tough. Now, already Hussein is kind of prepared to complete his mobilization, perhaps with the move bishop g4 on the next move, and then he might reroute the bishop round to g6. That looks very natural. If Gunay tries to get her pieces out very quickly with a move like bishop a3, Black can just play the move rook e8. Black can always consolidate with c6. White, in the meantime, might want to try and get the rook over to e1. That's another reason why the rook is on e2. It's because you can double quickly and try and take control of the e-file. But as I say, I tend to believe that Black is doing just fine here, and I believe the machines will agree. So Gunay running absolutely zero risk here, but is she going to be able to grind out some kind of small advantage to work with? Only time will tell. Moving on, let's have a look at a game of Jovanka Huska playing against Schonka, and we have a Vienna opening here by Balázs Schonka, taking this pawn on c4, indicating the start of the Vienna variation, a variation I've played myself many times. I think it's a really good opening. It's been played by a number of top players, got very, very popular over the past few years. And we get basically the classical Vienna line, which is, so black wins a pawn, but by winning that pawn, white is able to establish this center. If white is able to recapture on c4 unimpeded, then white is going to have a good position. So black pins the knight on c3 in order to meet bishop takes c4 with knight takes c4. Now, believe it or not, this particular position is actually one of the hottest lines in this variation. It's a pawn sacrifice. Things can get very, very spicy indeed. But Jovanka decides to go for the old main line, which is to play the move bishop to g5, repinning this knight so that the knight on e4 is not on prise. But now Schonka plays the move h6, which is basically the safe way of playing this variation for black and has taken over as the main way of playing. When I was playing this variation with black, I was playing the move pawn to b5, which is a very, very double-edged move, protecting this pawn on c4, keeping the pawn advantage. But now you have to try and work out what you're going to do when white tries to pin you. We get something like a Botvinnik variation from a Slav, something very similar to that. Alternatively, there are even crazy moves like pawn to c5 that exist in these positions, crazy looking moves, but the more safe and solid pawn to h6 has taken over as the main way for black to play. The point is that when white takes the knight, you take back and you take here, you say, fine, white, you've won your pawn back, but now I'm going to try and play on the dark squares due to the absence of that dark square bishop with the move pawn to c5. And there is a bit of action going on down here. But white says it's more important for me to get my lead in development, so I'm going to castle. And black indeed decides to castle as well. And after e5, just drops the queen back to d8. Now, I think it's in this position here where the standard way of playing is for white to actually play the move knight into e4, and after c takes d4, just to ignore it by playing a move like queen to e2. The idea to bring the rook to d1, try and win that pawn back, and try and utilize the fact that white's got a lot of pieces over on the king side here, in the middle and on the king side, and black's king is actually bereft of defenders. And sometimes things can come at you very quickly here if you're not careful. Again, at top level, this particular line has been analyzed really, really deeply. Seems as though black can hold the balance, but you really need to know what you're doing. And it's going to be a test here for Schonka, especially if Jovanka follows up in such a fashion, to see if he knows what's going on in such a position. Judging by the pace with which black has played this position, judging by the timing, it feels as though Schonka is much more familiar with the position than Jovanka. Jovanka is already half an hour behind on the clock, which is surprising because this is just a mainline theoretical position. But again, we'll see what ends up happening. You can see Eric Rosen there in the picture, and there is the man himself, Balázs Schonka, with the blue shirt, awaiting his opponent's next move. Let's go to Olga Girya against Joe Gallagher. This game, we saw the opening to, or rather I mentioned the opening, but let's see what has happened since. We have a King's Indian, Joe Gallagher's pet line. Joe been playing this for, I would say now 30 years. Wrote books on it, has his own variation, feels very comfortable in these structures. So white here played the move pawn to e4 and d6, the mainline King's Indian. We have a classical variation with the move bishop e3. Now this is where things start to get slightly less common. The absolute classical is the move bishop to e2, but Olga plays the move bishop to e3, after which Joe strikes out at the center with e5 anyway, which is a fairly common idea in these mainline Kings Indians. You do not lose a pawn, because if you try and win a pawn, normally what happens is you try and win this pawn here on e5, but now black is able to strike back normally with the move knight takes e4, or perhaps rook e8, just looking to win back this pawn on e4, and Joe is not going to be too unhappy to see that. As a result then, and we can see there Joe and Olga decides to play the move queen to c2, which is a another fairly typical idea where white is perhaps looking to get in a very, very quick rook to d1 and expose this queen. So Joe gets the queen out of the way with queen to e7. And now Olga decides to float in with the move knight into d5, hitting the queen and knight, forcing a trade. Knight takes d5, c takes d5. And now Joe has to be a bit careful because the move bishop c5 might actually win in exchange. So Joe played the move rook to d8, getting out of that. And Olga now goes in the tank. Now Joe, as you can see also, well, you can't see perhaps on your screen, but I can tell you that Joe has used half an hour. Joe is certainly not a quick player, let's put it like that. He's not a rapid rabbit nowadays. He's a long-thinking, methodical player. He prefers the classical time controls. But spending so much time already must be slightly encouraging for Olga, who has got a nice 20-minute advantage on the clock with her to move, and perhaps is already, I don't know if she's surprised, but feels as though white has actually got a really decent version of a lot of these King's Indians. The thing that black will want to do at the right moment here, for sure, is to play the move pawn to, oops, not queen to c7. That's definitely not the move she wants to play. What I'm trying to say is, let's say white plays a standard move here, let's say the move bishop to e2, is that one of black's key ideas is to try and undermine the center with the move pawn to c6. If you're able to get this with black, normally things work out okay, because if white ever takes, black is absolutely over the moon with knight takes c6, because now the knight can come to b4, it can come to d4, the bishop can come out to g4, the d4 square is a fantastic outpost for the knight, this rook can come to c8, and this queen on c2 would not be so happy. So that is in general black's main plan. So my question is, what is Olga going to do to try and stop black from getting an easy game? Perhaps the way to go for white is actually to put the bishop on c4 here, with the idea of saying, well, you can't get your stuff in that easily, because if you play a move like c6, can I even now play a move like knight to g5? Just teeing up on this f7 pawn. If you take, I take, and you don't really have a way to defend this easily, because if you go rook here, I can just take anyway, thanks to the fact that this bishop is hanging after rook takes f7. Queen takes c8, and white just wins a bunch of material. So that looks like that is not particularly good. And you don't really want to go bishop e6 here as black, even though on further inspection it might not be as bad as it seems, because it looks from the start that taking here and having these double pawns are bad. But after takes, the bishop moves away, and now knight c6. Black is ready to lump that knight in on d4. And I'm actually not sure how bad this position is for black. It's one of those where it could end up being okay. But bishop c4 definitely feels like a standard move here. Of course, you can just go bishop e2, but I don't really see what the idea is to do that. Unless, of course, one idea being is that after c6 you go bishop c5. Something along these lines, where you're now hitting the queen. And let's say the queen goes to c7, that you try and move this pawn to d6. But I have a feeling that this is bad for white, because I think the pawn ends up being more of a weakness than a strength. Although in this particular position, it's certainly not straightforward, because if queen a5, I can go b4. The queen is actually nearly trapped. The queen can go to a3, though. And the position is getting very, very messy. The problem is b6 is coming, and then d6 might fall. It's a sort of position, again, that I think Joe is, in general, reasonably happy to have a go in. So I think Joe, in this position, is, if we look at the live position, is actually pretty happy with things. Okay, where haven't we been yet? Well, it feels as though actually, is there a game? Yes, there is. The game Efroimski against Eric Rosen. So let's go to that game. And bear with me for 1 second here. Just lost here for the moment. Let's have a look. Okay, that's not loading up for some reason. Slightly strange. Let's take a shot at the playing hall. Yeah, let's do that. And we can see there Sabino Brunello in the middle. Where did that go? We can see Sabino Brunello there in the middle. We've got the chief arbiter there as well. Having a nice little wander, of course. Very, very nice setting. It is a bit chilly in there, though, so you will see a lot of players with their jackets on, and you can see that Irene Sukanda just got up from her chair, and you can see a tartan blanket. So blankets have been provided. That is a very, very nice gesture from the organizing committee, realizing that it can get just a little bit chilly in here from time to time. Let's go to that Efroimski Rosen position, Rosen game. And we get a bishop b5 check Sicilian here. An opening that's, again, been part of my wheelhouse for years. Bishop d7. Not the only move. Black can block with knight d7, which leads to entirely different positions. But here Eric decides to go bishop d7, bishop takes d7, queen takes d7. And I was always one for castling in this position, with the idea of, if knight f6, bringing the rook to e1 and trying to build the center with c3, d4. But instead, Marcel plays the much more positional route, which is to play the move c4 and try and establish some kind of Maroczy bind in the center. After knight f6, knight c3, and g6, Eric deciding to fianchetto the bishop. White can now go d4, c takes d4, knight takes d4. And we can see that having these two central pawns stopping black from breaking with d5, this is the aforementioned Maroczy bind. These positions for years and years have been considered AAA safe for white. And I tend to agree. In general, you don't get in big trouble if you know what you're doing. But the game got it's one of those openings where you can just slowly grind. And if you don't want to risk too much with white here, you don't have to. But things got a little out of hand, as I can see in just a few moves, because okay, bishop g7, white castled, black castled. White now played the move h3. This move is also very, very useful because The move bishop e3 immediately runs into the very unfortunate knight g4, hitting this bishop, and that's very annoying. You don't have to play with h3. You can also play with f3, and that's another way to stop the knight coming to g4, and you solidify your center with this pawn move. So e4 is more protected. So again, from a theoretical standpoint, it's been debated over the years whether to play h3 or f3. In this game, Marcel has gone with h3. And now Eric plays the move rook to c8, immediately hitting this pawn. White now plays the move pawn to b3, so White making a lot of pawn moves. And now we see the move pawn to b5 by Eric Rosen, which is a fantastic move. It's a well-known move in these positions as well. For the time being, if White just had one more move, there would be some connection along the back rank, and there would be a bit more harmony. But just for the moment, Eric has taken the half chance to play this move, which is a move that Black wants to play in general anyway, trying to undermine this structure. This move works here for tactical reasons. For example, if I can't take with the pawn because I lose my knight. That's pretty simple. If I take with this knight on b5, now Black can seriously consider the move knight takes here on e4. And thanks to the pin along the long diagonal, if I take, I can just take back. Thank you very much, I've won an exchange. So you can't take with that knight, you can't take with the pawn. And if you take with the c knight straight away on b5, then Black is going to be very happy to take on e4, winning a central pawn for a flank pawn in these positions. This is a massive win for Black from a strategic point of view. And the position is in his favor. But it seems as though Marcel was pretty, well, at least mildly familiar with this position, because she played the interference move, pawn to e5, which is a really, really, really interesting idea. The point is that when you take this pawn, I can now take this pawn on b5, and unlike before, I've managed to double your pawns. I've managed to double your pawns and block the diagonal so that you don't cause damage down here. And after knight takes b5, we've just seen that Eric has played the move pawn to a6, kicking this knight away. And it looks as though the position is going to get quite sharp, because the white knight really doesn't have any place to go. It has to come back to a3. It can then come back into the game via c2. But we have a very imbalanced position. 3 pawns against 1 on the queen side, 5 pawns against 3 on the king side. I've got to say, though, I think I would take Black in this position. I think something went a little wrong for Marcel, some kind of move order thing. Feels as though Black is doing quite well here. I like the mass. I like the fact that I can get my knight into the game to d4 very, very quickly. I like the fact that there's still a lot of potential activity along the long diagonal, and I don't really see what White's immediate plan is in such a position. The other thing that Black has got going for him is that he can always play the move pawn to e6 to stop any knight d5 occupations. So White's knights are kind of deprived of squares at the moment, and Black's knights feel like they've got outposts. So I think Eric should be relatively happy around here. We will see what happens. Now, am I missing anybody? Yes, I am. Feels as though we've not seen Stefanova against Bobby Cheng. Let's go there. Antoinetta playing with the white pieces. We had a Reti. That turned into a Catalan. And the move pawn to b3. Very rare move. The main move here is to play the move castles. But Antoinette decides to play the move pawn to b3. Protecting the pawn. Now, I don't know the main exponent of this particular sideline, but Antoinette's husband, Ivan Cheparinov, is an opening expert, and normally I know that she gets some ideas from him, so I wonder if it's some preparation from his side. The point is that after pawn takes pawn, pawn takes pawn, it feels as though black is doing really well by striking out in the center and really annihilating this structure. Because after c5, when white castles, you can just take on d4 and knight takes d4. Now, if we take a quick moment here, we can see that the white pawns have been split here on the queen side. Two isolated pawns, and you might say, well, black is castled, black is very solid, life must be good for black. However, black has got some immediate issues to solve, because this bishop on g2 is such an important piece here. It's such a powerful piece along the long diagonal. Stops this black bishop from getting out easily. Sorry, that's not a move. And let me just delete that because it's a bit silly. So black has got some immediate development issues. How is he going to deal with the fact? How is he actually going to get his pieces out in this position? Well, the first thing is he played the move a6, but now Antoinette, who's very dangerous with the initiative, plays the move knight to c3, queen to c7, and now this queen comes out to b3, protecting the pawn. And you've got to be very, very careful here as black. Things can go wrong very, very quickly if you are not on the ball. And I believe Bobby Cheng has made a move, and he's played the move that I was thinking, which is to play the move knight to d7, which makes perfect sense because I believe the knight wants to sit on c5 and hit this queen. And the knight sits perfectly there. That's a great outpost for the knight. Hits the queen, protects the pawn, and it will then allow the final deployment of the black pieces. So I'm really curious to see what Antoinette has got planned here, because knight c5 is coming on tap. Unfortunately, white would love to play the move bishop f4 developing with tempo, but you run into e5, or do you? For example, does the move knight f5 here exist? And suddenly things are getting very, very spicy indeed. If you take my bishop, I take your bishop with check, king here, and now I can keep up the momentum perhaps with a move like knight into d5. And if takes, I can take here, and then I'm taking here on the next move, and I've won a pawn. That looks pretty good for white. If you play the move knight to c5 immediately, then I can take this check. This is the problem. And actually I lose a piece because I'm hitting the queen and the bishop. So knight f5 is there. So bishop f4, e5, knight f5 seemingly doesn't work. And we also, by the way, now see the idea behind a6 by Bobby Cheng a couple of moves ago to stop any knight b5 so he could put the queen on c7 in peace. So what is Antoinette going to do in this position? Not so easy at all. Maybe one idea is to play the move rook to b1, and after the move knight to c5 to actually plant this queen on b6. I think that's what she's going to go for, actually. Because now after queen takes b6, rook takes b6, I still think the position is fine for black, but at least we retain some pressure down here on this pawn. It may even be the case that black could play, for example, I'm not saying black will, but just to illustrate, black plays the move bishop d7 here, because bishop takes b7 might not even be possible because of the move rook b8 and the pin. And does actually seem as though you lose a piece here. I also want to point out, by the way, ladies and gentlemen watching at home, I'm 99% of the time not using the engine, as in I'm freestyling, which is why I'm blundering fairly often. So do bear with me. We here at the Gibraltar at GibChess and Gibraltar Chess Congress in general over the years, if you've been watching the commentary, tend not to use the engine. I think getting the human perspective on these positions is often the right way to go. But of course, there are some times where something absolutely needs to be checked. But I will be doing it with without the engine. So if I do end up making a huge blunder somewhere along the line, that is the reason why. It's because I am playing the moves. Don't be too harsh. All right. Any other games that we've not checked well, we should go back actually to Pia Kramling, who we saw right at the very beginning, but we didn't get through any moves against Bilal. So we last saw it after Queen b3, which is, I said, was an opening I quite liked. And Bilal now played the move pawn to c5, in fact. So Bilal protects the bishop with pawn to c5. White plays the move a3, and this also gives the opportunity for the bishop just to drop back to a5. So this is an attempt by Bilal. He doesn't want to give the initiative to white too early and doesn't want to play too solid. Pia now plays e3, black castles, bishop to e2, and black now launches out at the center with d5, which makes tons of sense, and white castles, and black brings his other knight out to c6. And now Pia herself decides to try and occupy the center. The only issue with this line is that the queen is now slightly misplaced on b3, and so it's very difficult to see how white wants to complete development. And also the move pawn to e4 looks like it could be a particularly nasty move to face. So instead, white played the move d4, but now Bilal was able to take on c4. And after queen takes c4, we've actually managed to get an isolated queen's pawn position. So this pawn is isolated, it's a queen's pawn. And it's a very, very curious position here because it's not a standard isolated queen's pawn where white's pieces are all facing the king side already. But that said, it's actually, instinctively, it doesn't feel like a very bad version either, because after what Bilal played, which was h6, which is, he viewed as a useful move to stop white developing with a move like bishop g5, white now plays the move rook d1, as played by Pia. And now ideas of breaking open with pawn to d5 are very much in the air. Other ideas could be pawn to b4, bishop to b2, and then d5, after which this bishop has got a fantastic diagonal. And I have to say, I'm kind of a big fan of Pia's position here. And you can see Bilal on screen. And Bilal is, he's kind of wriggling around in his chair. That tends to be a bit of a sign that he's uncomfortable. And I too would be a little uncomfortable here with black. Feels as though white is actually starting to develop quite the initiative. And I would definitely take white here. And Bilal's going to have to come up with some kind of solution, because you can't just play standard moves here and expect to be okay with black. White has also got ideas. For example, knight to e5 is an idea, just to illustrate. After a6, knight to e5 is a very credible idea. The point being that if you take, I take, I'm hitting both the queen and rook. Sorry, the queen and knight, I should say. And if the knight comes to d7, now white's got this phenomenal space advantage. And the queen can also swing over to the action on the king side. So I would already be very, very, very concerned here as black. For example, can I just play the move queen to g4? You can't take because I can take and you lose a piece. Now I'm threatening the move bishop to h6. So for example, if you play king to h8, now I can play queen to h5. And suddenly we see the issue with putting the bishop on a5 as well in this variation, which is that black is objectively losing here because you can't stop me from hacking on h6 and delivering mate in the next few moves. So some issues here for Bilal, for sure. And he's going to have to try and figure out a way to solve them. And I believe I have actually had a look at all the games. and they are all still in play. I would say, judging by what we've looked at so far, that as expected, first round, cagey first round. And I would say that the advantage overall is probably with the ladies thus far. Feels as though they've got a lot of promising positions. Pia Kramling, her position looks good. Maria Muzichuk looks like she's slightly better. Olga Gier looks like she's got a good position. Gunay is doing well. So it looks as though this round, for the moment, that the ladies have started off very, very well indeed. Some work to be done by the boys. On screen, Pia Kramling and Bilal still there. Perhaps we can get an overhead shot of the playing hall. See how everybody is doing. Is everybody seated? Here we go. Everybody's seated, which is interesting. And there's Leandra Krisa in the middle, sporting the black jumper. Sabina Brunello also there. Lovely little pan shot. Got Stefanova and Gunay Mamadzada. Of course, oh, she is wrapped up. She is feeling the cold. I don't blame her. I'm in the commentary room and I am wearing I can't even remember what they call it. What's the long johns but for your top half? That's what I'm wearing. A thermal. That's it. I'm wearing a thermal. You can't see it, but I can promise you, oof, it is a bit chilly, but the chess is hot. So, with that said, we're going to take a short break. We'll be back in a few minutes' time. The games are just heating up, and don't go anywhere. See you in just a jiffy. Hello everybody and welcome back to the GibChess Battle of the Sexes 2022. We're live from the Garrison Library here in the centre of Gibraltar. Historic place, lots of heritage, and for the first time in Gibraltar we've got a pure Battle of the Sexes tournament. 10 top chess players, top 10 women players versus a top group of male chess players, 10 players on each team, men versus women, and a very, very balanced selection. So we've got a very competitive tournament on our hands. If you've just joined us for the first time, welcome. This is round 1 today. We've got a full schedule, 9 rounds, and £100,000 prize fund. £75,000 for the winning team, £25,000 for the losing team, so a £50,000 difference. So these players who are oh so often on the opposite sides of the board, when we think of the top women playing in this tournament, they often face each other, big rivals when it comes to the women's World Elite Chess tournaments, are now all on the same side because they want to take home the big prize, facing off against this group of talented men as well, some old and young heads playing, a great selection of players, and we are very much in the heat of the battle. Before the break I mentioned I liked all of White's positions today, basically. So today all the ladies are with the white pieces, all the men are with the black pieces. And I thought that I didn't really like any position from the guy's side. Let's see if anything has changed over the past few minutes. Let's check back in with Maria Muzichuk. And I guess we'll go straight there. Her game against Ravi Haria. Now, Ravi decided to go with the French defense, which is really an opening he's been very loyal to recently. And we have the following position after move 20. The last time we looked at things was around here. Rookie 1, Ravi played the move knight to d7, trying to win this pawn back. Maria quite logically played the move bishop to b5, pinning that knight. And here king to e7, and indeed the move pawn to c6. This is a slightly improved variation of playing c6 before the move bishop b5. So Maria obviously did that much better. c6, and now knight to e5. So almost a pure pawn sacrifice here by Ravi. But the idea is that if you take on b7, bishop takes b7, Ravi claims that he gets a hell of a lot of play down the long diagonal here, and he could end up being fully compensated for the pawn. In fact, it's very difficult to see exactly how you plan to protect this g2 pawn. So instead, Maria said, you know what? I'm going to go for a more positional approach. I'm going to go f4, kicking the knight. The knight can now take the pawn, but now I can just trade, create these two pawns here, and play the move knight f3. So Maria's idea is that she wants to claim that she has one of these better knight versus inferior bishop middle games. You can often imagine how a knight could land on a square like c5 and dominate that bishop. So I really like Ravi's next move here, which was to play the move pawn to c5. Really, really, really like this move by Ravi Haria. You take away the square on d4 from the knight, and you also prepare the move bishop to b7 to try to put the bishop on this long diagonal and make it not an inferior piece, but a superior piece, because suddenly the bishop is weighing down on this diagonal. And I tend to believe that Ravi is actually able to solve his problems like so. I tend to believe that this is actually a very, very, very decent position now for black, because combined with the pressure down the long diagonal and also the rook down here, it gets very, very, very uncomfortable for white. It's very difficult to see how to protect these pawns. Just to throw an idea out here, let's say after b3 I went bishop b7, and once again let's just say white played a move like, let's say a4. These are not particularly good moves, but just to illustrate what can go wrong here. Black can play a move like rook g8 hitting the pawn. You can't move it because you drop the knight. And after a move like rook to e2, you could even run into ideas like rook takes g2 here. Just shows the power of the bishop. Rook takes g2 and bishop takes f3. Black nets a pawn and is the one with the winning chances. So that's why in this position now then that Maria decided to play the move rook to e3. Protecting the knight, and after bishop b7, to be able to swing this rook over to this side of the board in order to, touch these pawns here on c5 and on a5. So she plays the move rook to c3, hitting the pawn, but Ravi says, you know what, it's much more important for me to attack this pawn on g2, but now Maria plays the move g3. So she's able to play the move g3 because the rook protects here. And now she's longing to get this rook over to somewhere a little bit more, let's say, convenient, because the rook is doing nothing on h1, a little bit more useful. So, but Ravi doesn't have to address that straight away, and instead plays another move which I like very much, which is the move pawn to a4. Which is an idea to gain some more space on the queen side and not allow white to fix the pawns favorably. So again, this is a move I like very much. And here, yes, Maria could have moved the rook over, but perhaps she was worried that a check might actually inconvenience the king. So instead she plays the move king to e3, protecting the knight and now actually threatening the pawn, which is why Ravi now played the move rook g to c8. And it feels as though black is doing just fine here. Despite having the isolated doubled pawns, let's say, it feels as though the black bishop fully compensates for the slightly compromised structure. This little cluster of pawns as well is doing very well because, excuse me, that's not obviously a move. That was just me clicking on the square. I'll just make sure I delete that. The pawns cover some squares, some knight jumps. They nicely safeguard the king. And actually, we do have a situation here where this bishop does seem to be better than the knight. The bishop can land on d5, can hit this pawn. And again, just to illustrate how black can play on all sides of the board here, let's say this rook came to d1 and the black bishop came to d5, hitting this pawn here on a2. If white now goes a3, now we see another benefit of this pawn on a4 is that the rook can come to b8 and to b2. And all of a sudden, white has got some serious issues defending this pawn. In fact, it already looks like you can't defend it because, once again, just throwing a variation out there, after rook b1, black has got moves like bishop to a2 here, kicking this rook. And all of a sudden, white is in big trouble because rook moves and you can just take here. Suddenly, black has won a pawn and is in the driving seat. So, well done to Ravi. I think he's done really well to navigate this position, and I don't see any advantage for Maria. And in fact, I feel as though Maria will understand this too, and I don't think she's going to be overly optimistic in this position, and instead will want to try and just make sure that things don't go south. So Ravi claiming some, let's say some slight comeback, because it looked as though his position was slightly difficult, but he managed to solve everything there. Now, a position that looks completely wild that I can see out of the corner of my eye is the position between Olga Gierya and Joe Gallagher. And I don't know what's happened, but I can see a rook on f6 and I get slightly nervous for Joe. Let's go back to where we were. In fact, something very similar happened to what I was talking about in the game, because as it turned out, Olga did play the move bishop to c4. This was the last time we left it. And after bishop g4, she did play the move knight g5. And I thought this was a really interesting idea, actually, because you're hitting the f7 pawn like so. And the The difficulty black has is that it's very difficult to stop the move d6, which is an immediate threat. And Joe found a way to do that, although a very unconventional way, which was to put the rook on d6. Now, never really seen this maneuver before in this kind of position. Well, the point being that you can't pin because you lose the knight, and then takes 2 pieces here for the rook is just effectively winning for black, especially because you've ironed out the structure. So instead, Olga plays the very logical move h3, kicking away the bishop to d7, and now just castles. And here, Joe plays h6, kicking the knight. So, okay, for the moment, you have to abandon this ideas on f7. Black's pieces are still rather tied up, I would say, in this position. And as a result, I tend to believe that white is still doing quite well. Joe Gallagher now played the move rook f6. Curious little move. As I say, I've never really seen this maneuver ever in a King's Indian. The rook on f6 in front of the f-pawn. I mean, normally, if a rook's on f6, this pawn is already advanced to f5. But no. Joe Gallagher says, excuse me, I'm going to put the rook on f6. Now, this does actually set up a little idea here. Let's just say white played a random move like a3. I wonder if Joe wanted to play the move bishop takes h3, exploiting the fact that this knight on f3 is just for the moment a little bit loose. He could even contemplate an exchange sacrifice via a move like rook takes f3 here, takes and bishop takes h3, hitting the rook. And if you're not careful here with white, of course, you can get mated. I understand the bishop is there now, but I'm just throwing out some ideas. So Olga, who has now abandoned her idea against f7, also understands that this bishop is not particularly well placed on c4 and instead plays a very classy move in the form of bishop to e2. I really like this move. I think this is a great little move. You protect f3, you prevent any bishop takes h3 ideas, and you also introduce the idea of queen takes c7. And we had a move because queen takes c7 was on tap, so Joe played the move c6, which is typical, and now Olga just played rook fd1. And I have to say, I really don't like Joe's position. I think he's in a really rough position here. You really don't want to have your pieces so poorly coordinated in these King's Indians, and I feel as though they are. I feel as though this rook on f6 doesn't belong there. The bishop on g7 isn't particularly good. The bishop on d7 isn't particularly good. The knight on b8 isn't particularly good. And meanwhile, white has got all the space, all the pieces working well. The bishops are lovely. The knight does a good job. Rook is coming to c1 any moment now. And I don't see how you actually complete development here with black, because if you have to go knight a6, you have to tend to feel that that can't work. For example, takes. Now a move like, I don't know, bishop to c5, queen to e8. You're really holding on by a thread here as black. I understand bishop takes h3 is still in the position, but you can do all kinds of things to nullify that threat. And I tend not to believe in this position. So Joe Gallagher, after rook fd1, I can't see exactly how much time he's got on the clock, but it's certainly less than Olga. And I think he's really backed up here, actually, quite substantially. And the position is extremely tough, in my opinion, for Joe Gallagher. So good news there for the women's team. I think Olga in control. And Joe, you can see him there on screen as well. Hardly the happiest looking guy, is he, at the moment? I mean, you can tell by the body language. He's an experienced player. He also knows, he also feels that this position has gone a bit downhill. And so Joe, with a lot of work to do, basically, here, you feel, in such a position. Let's carry on, and let's go to the position between Jovanka Huska and Balashonka. Now, I said in the opening that I felt as though it was slightly strange because I wasn't sure if Jovanka was in book or not. Well, she showed that she was, because after e5, queen d8, she did play knight e4, and after c takes d4, I mentioned how a lot of the time white just bypasses this and tries to put the rook on d1 and play as such with queen e2, rook fd1 and the like. But as it turns out, Jovanka decided just to take on d4 instead, which also is a perfectly legitimate move. That being said, when you do play this move, queen takes d4, it doesn't feel as though you should be able to get much of an advantage as white, because after queen takes d4, knight takes d4, what is wrong with black's position? And the answer is not very much. Two bishops, not really impeded in getting the pieces out on the queen side. So it feels as though Jovanka just lacked a little bit of theoretical knowledge in this opening in order to make this work. Schonka played the move knight to d7, hitting this pawn. And now f4 protecting. Makes a lot of sense. And knight to c5. Trying to exchange some pieces. Now, of course, if you take on c5 after bishop takes c5, white actually loses as a result of rook d1 and rook d8. And you are completely toast here. So that's just a piece. So you can't do that. So instead, Jovanka decided to plow the knight here on d6, which looks like a fairly sensible outpost to my eyes. I mean, this looks like a wonderful little square for the knight. But it is only it is really only one piece that's in the position. I guess Jovanka is thinking about perhaps going f5 though. So let's just say, for example, black played a move like pawn to b6. Could Jovanka contemplate the move f5 with the idea that after e takes f5, you can take on f5 and suddenly dreams of hitting f7 are alive? Even in this position, I'm not sure they really are after, let's say, bishop e6. And it may be the case that black defends, or does he? For example, if you take, maybe you can't even take with the knight here, or maybe you can, because after knight e7 check king h7, I thought this pawn was en prise, but alas, the e7 knight is hanging at the end. So it's all getting rather complicated, but I guess this is all much of a muchness here, because after knight d6, black played the move knight to a4, which, of course, is a very, very sensible move, because we can see here that the knight now attacks the b2 pawn, which is actually useful because you hit the bishop. And the d6 knight is also being attacked. So, for example, let's say you protect this pawn via a move like rook to b1. Now, at the very least, I guess black can consider playing the move bishop takes d6, e takes d6, and maybe rook d8. Just trying to win a pawn. And if you go knight b5, I can go a6, knight c7, rook b8, but you are still hanging on after rook d1, and I don't see a way to win that pawn. That was a very rough version of doing that, though, and it feels as though just for the moment in this position right here, that black should have something, but I don't see a knockout blow. I don't see a knockout blow. So is Jovanka holding on here? And the answer might just be yes. The answer might just be yes. But it's close. Jovanka head in hand, or half a hand at the moment, concentrating, wearing her mask. I should also talk a little bit about that. So according to the regulations, you are not obliged to wear a mask at the board. Players are being tested on a daily basis here. So it is completely your decision. I know a lot of players prefer to play without the mask. I know I certainly can't stand playing with the mask. But a lot of players here want to make doubly sure, and that's, of course, completely reasonable and completely fine. Jovanka did play a move, and she played the move bishop to b3. Interesting. Ah, so she's giving up. What's this move? She's giving up b2 here, but I don't... She wants to trap the knight after knight takes b2 and play a move like rook f3 and try and trap this knight. Can it be? But that doesn't really work because bishop c5 exists here. Bishop to b3. My spidey senses is telling me that that just doesn't work. But maybe she's got some brilliant idea where she just has some decent compensation, but I don't see it. I don't quite see it. I must say, I don't see it at all. Well, we'll soon find out, I guess, what her idea is after knight takes b2. Is it just because f5, bishop c... The problem is bishop c5 is suddenly a threat because you can't defend this knight. Nope, that one is a bit above my pay grade. I'm gonna wait and see what Jovanka has up her sleeve there, because I legit have no idea. Okay, let's go to another position, and let's go to, let's see here. Oh, this position is getting very interesting. The game between Efroimsky and Eric Rosen. Now, the last time we left it was around, where was it? Around here, d takes e5. So knight takes b5 and a6 and knight a3. This was the moment actually I said. Eric played the natural move knight c6. The bishop came to e3 by Marcel, and queen to f5 by Eric Rosen. All looks fairly logical. Queen c2, and now the move knight b4 by Eric. Also a very, very logical move. The idea is that you don't mind white trading with queen takes f5, g takes f5, because this is, look at this pawn structure. Look at this pawn structure here. This is a very, very unusual pawn structure. Two sets of doubled pawns. But they're very, very versatile and very mobile pawns somehow. Feels as though that this position is actually, that if black is able to get these pawns going, that he's going to have a good time, because they can start running down the board and pushing the white pieces back. That being said, if white is actually able to kind of stifle that, then she's just going to have this huge chance on the queen side to get rolling. And that's where she starts to concentrate her forces. She first plays the move knight to a4, looking to come into b6 and hit the rooks. Okay, Eric plays rook to c7, and now she plays the move bishop b6, which I like, because f4 was very much always in the air. And with the bishop on b6 hitting the rook on c7, you gain a tempo, effectively, because f4 was coming. The rook moves to b7, and now bishop to a5. One of the most curious positions I've seen in a long time. I mean, look at this. 3 pieces here on the a file, double sets of pawns. What on earth is this position? This is just completely chaotic. However, I will say that I do prefer black still, somehow. It feels just a tad wrong to have all of these pieces on the a file. That being said, the move knight to c5 is coming. And you've got to be able to deal with that as black, because that's immediately threatening to win. So what do you do here? Do you play the move rook e8? Rook c8 rather? Do you play the move knight d7? Perhaps looking just to control that square. Also very plausible, because now e4 ideas are coming in and your bishop gets active. This is an absolutely crazy position. I really can't say who I would prefer or not. It looks as though they're also completely equal on time. And oof, all three results possible there, that's for sure. That can just go anyway. All right, we'll come back to that one in a short while. Now, another game that looks like it's getting very, very interesting is the Jansair Abdulmalik against Merario Alarcón position. Now, the last time we saw it was after the move queen to b5, which I thought was a very curious move by Alarcón. He's using the queen as both an attacker and a defender. So here after queen to b5, Abdulmalik played what looks like the most natural move in the position, which is the move queen to c2, protecting a lot of pieces. E takes c4. E takes d4 now by Andres. C takes d4. And knight h5. I mean, this is an incredibly interesting idea. Using the queen laterally, gives up the center, but wants to exchange some pieces to relieve a bit of the long-term tension. I don't dislike it. I do like the move knight e2. Very classic move, though, here by Jansair, looking potentially to relocate this knight over to c3, which makes a whole bunch of sense. And in this position here, now this knight came to c6. And no fear at all, because if knight c3, I guess Andres just wanted to post the queen on c4 and claim that the queen is perfectly safe there because knight d2 runs into knight takes d4 and we hit the queen. So that's why Jansair played the move bishop to e3. Well, this is very logical, over protecting the d4 pawn and completing development makes just a whole bunch of sense here. And in this position after bishop e3, Andres said, well, my knight is no longer doing any good work on the edge of the board, so I will bring it back in with the move knight to f6. Knight to c3, hitting the queen, and the queen did just post itself here on c4. Jansair now decided to kick this queen away with b3, but Andres apparently very alert because he took on b3. Now this queen is very close to being trapped here. Very, very close to being trapped. However, close isn't the same as actually being trapped. So instead, Andres found the move knight to b4, hitting the white queen, and on queen to b2, just snuck into the d3 square here via this move here, queen to d3. And I've got to say, I don't know how Andres has played this game with black. It's completely unconventional, but I'm starting to dislike Jansair's position. Maybe dislike is a little too strong, but just to illustrate, if Jansair now plays the move rook a to d1, hitting the queen, I can just sneak in here round the back with the move queen c2. And you can see in Jansair, she's a bit confused by all of this, and rightly so, because it's a completely unusual way to have played this position. You can just play the move queen to c2. And now you're hitting the queen. And if you take, I play knight takes c2, and black is doing more than fine, if not better. You're hitting the rook and the bishop, and how can black ever be worse here? After rook e2, for a start you can come back, but you can probably just take as well on e3 and take, and black has to be better here, doesn't it? Because of this weak pawn here on a3. I would take black here all day of the week. So I'm starting to actually wonder if in this position here, whether Jansair is in a little bit of, I don't want to say trouble, but it's certainly not a position which, you know, having played these structures as well most of my life with white, the move is not screaming out at me here. Like, I mean, knight takes e4, I'm not even sure is a threat right now, but it's certainly in the air. Rook takes a1 followed by knight takes e4 is a threat, though. So again, just to put a silly move on the board to illustrate my point, if I play the move king h1, now I can take on a1. You can't take with the queen because of knight c2 with the fork, and if you take with the rook, now I can take on e4 and I net a full pawn. Absolutely incredibly curious position. And you can see it in the body language as well. Andres leaning back, happy, with good reason. And Shansaya, she's just struggling here. She's just struggling. You can see it. And she's probably thinking, oh, I need to find a way here where getting off to a loss here with white would be a really, really poor result for Shansaya in the first round against basically the, close to the, one of the lesser rated players. And she's got to be careful. We will, of course, come back to that one in a moment. Let's go to Antoaneta Stefanova, playing against Bobby Cheng. And this position is also a position where you felt as though Antoaneta had to find some good moves around here. So this was the position we left it at. The knight came to d7 in order to hop into c5. And you have to be quick here with white, because if you allow black to just consolidate with knight to c5 and bishop to d7, things can get suddenly with white you've got no initiative and you've just got long-term weaknesses, and black can start to get a bit optimistic. So in this position here, Antoaneta Stefanova played a very nice move in the form of knight to a4, preventing knight c5, or at least dissuading black from playing the move knight to c5. But what black played it anyway, but at least now you can take, and after bishop takes c5, you can protect the knight and not have a knight posting here. That being said, as we know, or most of us know, if you've studied chess, when pieces are exchanged from the board and you're the side trying to complete development, that normally favors that side. So black should have benefited from this trade of pieces. Queen to c3 now by Etty, and now e5. So Bobby also saying, well, now I can successfully break out, release my pieces via the move e5. This is a double-edged move, though, because when you play e5, you give up control over some light squares, and someday the knights might find their way in there. So e5, the knight came back to b3, and the bishop came to a7. Bobby Cheng. I like Antoaneta's move now, gaining tempo. Bishop a3, rook d8. And now Antoaneta plays the move pawn to c5. Again, a very thematic move to a certain extent, because you block out this bishop, but at the same time, and you can't try to control some squares. In an ideal world, this knight on b3 might land on d6 one day. But black's position at the same time is kind of, all of his pieces make sense. So for example here, if I just play a move like bishop to e6, or bishop to d7, or even bishop to g4, hitting this pawn, how bad is my life if I just go bishop to d7 here? And the answer is probably not that bad at all. White's pieces are just a little clumsy at the moment. The knight especially doesn't look like it's going to be able to find a home that easily. And Bobby did indeed play the move bishop to g4. I really like this move, because you're attacking the pawn, and you know, uh, it's not that easy to suggest how to defend it, because you don't want to go overly passive with a move like rook to e1, but at the same time, what else are you supposed to do? You could drop the queen back to c2, theoretically speaking. But this also doesn't really impress. I think Bobby is doing all right. I think Antoinetta probably had a moment where she could have really put the foot on the gas, but that it wasn't easy to see exactly what moment that was. Okay. Moving on. Mamadzada playing Hussein Aziz. And this was arguably the most quiet of all the positions today. This came about as a result of a Berlin. We last left it around here where I felt as though Hussein had done a really good job in getting some kind of equality out of the opening. It went bishop to f4 here. Bishop attacked the rook, which is one of the ideas I was mentioning, with the idea of now being able to connect the rooks. Okay, queen c8. The bishop can now hit the queen with this. And it's absolutely clear that this is, you know, Gunay, who played rook e5 to e2, and then rook back to e1, and now queen d3 to d2. It's absolutely clear that she's got nothing out of this. So now c6 by Hussein, I like. Pawn to a4 and pawn to a5, stopping any push, I like. Bishop to e5 and bishop to e7 also. Really think this is an interesting move by Hussein, because he's looking to bring the bishop to b4 potentially, and the bishop on e5 again isn't really doing very much. You can also kick away with f6, not worrying about the light squares, because you've got the light squared bishop controlling everything. So bishop to e7, and now it's Gunay trying to exchange some pieces off the board with the move bishop to d3. So my first instinct here is you don't have to take. That being said, if you go bishop to b4 immediately, you've got to be a little bit careful that you don't start running into moves like queen g5. Even this probably isn't very dangerous, because black has got the move bishop g6, and actually now f6 is a threat, and this is a threat. So that probably doesn't work out. So I wonder if you can just go bishop to b4 here. And once again, it feels as though it feels as though black is taking over the initiative just a little bit. Maybe Gunay's idea after bishop b4 is actually to play the move rook to e3 here, protecting and threatening to swing across. But once again, I fail to truly believe that this is much of an attack after rook a8, because after rook g3 I can always play the move f6. And I have to be doing well here with black, because my pieces are all coordinated. There's a pretty nasty pin here, and there is just no attack here for white. So Gunay not really in full steam mode here, I would say. And Hussein should be very, very happy with his position. Quickly back to Maria Muzichuk against Ravi Haria, because this is the position closest to an endgame of all the positions currently ongoing. No results just yet. And Ravi has successfully got this position where he's doing just fine. Yes, Maria has got a passed pawn, but this pawn is never truly able to be sent to the other side of the board. Maria has just played a move. That move will come in a second. Let's say it's knight to d2, hitting the bishop. You can just go bishop to d5, and now the rook can always come to a3 with check. And the bishop is just much stronger than the knight on this open board. She actually played the move knight to d4 here. So she's eyeing up some knight c6 check ideas, I guess. But once again, doesn't feel like you should be too afraid of that. I guess the only thing you've got to be a little bit careful of here being black is to play a move like f5 too quickly. Because you put all your pawns on light squares, and suddenly you give away the e5 square. So for example here, knight c6 check, king f6, knight e5, hitting the bishop. And then if things can go downhill for black very quickly, for example, bishop d5, I can now kick this bishop with c4. And let's say the bishop goes to b7. Suddenly, after rook d7, I'm threatening mate and the pawn on f7, and the game is over. So you've got to be precise here. So f5 already feels like a big mistake. The point is that knight c6 check isn't really knight c6 check isn't even really ever a threat. Just to illustrate, if I move the rook to, let's say, a2, after knight c6, I just have to avoid king e8 because that would be mate on d8. But I can play the move king f8. And I fail to believe that even this position is very much for white. After rook d8 checking king g7, the black king is perfectly safe. Or have I missed some knight e7 move? Even this, I'm not convinced. Worst case scenario, I go h5 and give my king some luft, but even here, probably I can take check, king h6, and as long as I'm not blundering mate here, I'm probably okay. It doesn't feel like checkmate though. Or does it? Rook g4, it's kind of curious. Knight g8, knight f6 is actually a bit of a problem. So I have blundered mate. Good news. That is mate, right? Just to illustrate the mate. So if you go here, I give check, 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 and mate. Quite cute. Okay, so knight d4 then by Maria is actually a pretty interesting attempt. And Ravi is going to have to be a little bit careful. I mean, again, it's definitely not panic stations, I would say, around here. Doesn't feel like panic stations at all. Does not feel like panic stations at all around here. But a little bit of care required. And, you know, you can see Ravi there, the head stretch, the shoulder stretch. Maria sitting comfy with her tartan blanket. Also, Maria isn't really risking very much. I should point that out. I mean, that's absolutely clear that Maria is risking close to 0 in this position. It's just a case of whether Ravi makes a draw. I still believe that Ravi is going to hold this position, actually. So let's see what happens. Now, what else is going on? The Pia Kramling game, Team Pia, as they are going to be most likely referred to, after e takes d5. This position here is also particularly interesting. I mentioned before how I felt as though Pia was getting a really good version of these isolated queen's pawns after the move rook d1. And now let's say, well, Bilal now played knight to e7 to stop d5 moves, which is very logical indeed. You will now allow this knight to jump in on e5 though, which is fairly commonplace. Knight e to d5 like so. Bishop to f3. Also fairly standard stuff. And bishop to d7. So at least Bilal able to start getting his pieces out. Bishop to d2 and rook c8. Has to be said, I quite like the path 3 moves for Bilal. I feel like these have been good. He's getting pieces out with tempo. The queen drops back to b3, and now the bishop comes to b6, making itself useful. Knight takes d5 and e takes d5. This all looks very, very, very decent, actually, I must say. This all looks very, very decent. And the problem Pia's got here, and it's Pia to move after e takes d5, is you feel as though you can take this pawn on d5, but you just can't. Or at least it's not going to be anything major, because after bishop takes d5, I guess you can play How do you want to do this? I mean, just for example, after knight takes d5, queen takes d5, bishop e6, if you take queens off, this pawn on d4 is just not going to survive. Black has got the two bishops. And even if you actually hold this pawn on d4 with an ugly move like bishop to e3, this kind of position is never bad for black. The two bishops fully compensate here. And white really has got close to little. The black coordination of the pieces is phenomenal. And black has got absolutely nothing to worry about. So the question is what happens if you take on b7 here. But again, I tend to believe that this probably isn't very much for white because queen takes d4 looks problematic, hitting the knight and hitting the pawn on f2. And this is where things can start to get really, really hairy if you're not careful here with white. Things can start going downhill very, very quickly, actually. So that's why Pierre is having a think. And in fact, we do have a move. And Pierre decides to play what looks like the most logical move in the position, actually. The move bishop to b4. Clearing the way, protecting the d-pawn, hitting the rook. Now, this is a much improved version because now, after the move rook e8 here, if you take on d5, take and take, is this a better version after bishop e? Even this feels like black should be okay after queen takes b7. I'm 2 pawns down, but my spidey senses is telling me that I don't feel like this should be that bad, but I'm struggling to see the pure route through, to be brutally honest. I'm struggling to see the pure route through. And unfortunately, if that's the case, then that's what Bilal has to calculate as well. He has played rook e8. So the question is, does Pia actually have anything else here? And you would have to think that she probably doesn't, right? What else is she supposed to do apart from take on d5 here? I don't see any other leverage spots in the position. And if you allow black to do anything, black can just play bishop e6 on the next or play a move like knight e4. I think bishop e6 is the most natural and 0 problems. Pia with about what it looks like is like 33 minutes left on the clock, or 39 minutes perhaps. So yeah, 39 minutes, Bilal with 29 minutes. So looks like she's got enough time here. We're on move 18. So as I say, it looks as though feel as though this one is going to end in a draw somehow. That's my impression about this position here. Okay, moving on. Now, Jovanka, I mentioned before, she gave up this pawn against Shonka. And I wasn't completely buying it. Let's see if she was able to justify it. So knight takes b2, she brought the rook to c1. So this was her idea here, to bring the rook to c1. And the idea clearly is firstly to stop bishop c5s, and secondly to bring the rook to c7, where it can cause a bit of discomfort. But Shonka found a great little move, the move bishop d2. And I think that puts to bed Jovanka's ideas, basically. Because now, after bishop d2, you're threatening not only the rook, but bishop e3 check as well. And that forces your reply, which is to take on c8. But after rook takes fc8, knight takes c8, rook takes c8, it's absolutely clear that this has been a somewhat of a disaster. Unless, hold on a second, I do see a tactic out the corner of my eyes. Can Jovanka play the move knight takes e6 here? The point being, of course, that after f takes e6, bishop takes e6, check. And you win the rook and you have a winning position. Wait, so why does this just work? Knight takes e6? I mean, it's for Jovanka, this is a tactic that she would see in her sleep. So the question is there a nasty reply here for black? And I don't see it. You could try and block with the move knight c4. Ah, knight c4 is nasty. Actually, this is a little trap by Balázs, isn't it? The more I think about it. The point is that after knight c4, you are now trapping, effectively, this knight on e6, because after knight d4, bishop e3 check wins it. That knight has got absolutely nowhere to go, except the d8 square. I mean, can this actually be possible? I guess it can, because I'm threatening to take on b7. If you take, I take here. Even this position is probably slightly better for black, because, for example, I can give a check, force this king to the corner, and now play a move like rook d4, hitting the bishop and pawn. But you start to get the sense that white has got decent drawing chances. For example, if you drop back here, you can never take like this, because this is an easy draw. And if you take with the bishop on f4, then worst case scenario, I can play a move like g3, for example. Bishop takes e5 and rook takes f7, which should also end in a draw. So it feels as though Jovanka's actually got some resources here. And if I had to guess, I think she will play knight takes e6 and unless there's something nasty. There might be something nasty here. Let's have a think. This is a really curious position. So knight takes e6. Of course, you could play bishop e3 check, king h1, and knight d3 here as black here. That's another curious little idea. And now the point is that you're actually threatening knight f2 check, and the knight is still trapped on e6. A knight f2 check might cause a few problems, or does it? I mean, what if I just go g3? What is actually going on here? I've got absolutely no idea what this kind of position is. Am I winning? Am I losing? Is it what's going on? And Jovanka has got about 15 minutes to work it out, which is really not a lot of time in such a position. So many tactics in the air. You have to feel that this is I mean, this is a very, very tricky position. Jovanka with the hair behind the ears, full concentration, as we've come so accustomed to with her. But wow, I mean, this is absolutely crazy. What other moves has she got apart from knight takes e6? Is there anything else apart from knight takes e6 here that makes sense? The answer is pretty much no, because if you don't play knight takes, I guess f5, no, sorry, f5 runs into bishop e3 check. So bishop e3 check is actually a serious threat. If you don't play knight takes e6, then what are you doing in this position, basically? What are you actually doing here? Really, really, really tough one. I get the feeling that the game is actually going away from Jovanka here, and I would be a little concerned if I was in her position. All right, we'll keep an eye on that. Meanwhile, I see a move out the corner of my eye here. Maria Muzichuk, has she delivered a bit of a shot here to Ravi Haria? The position was just a few moves ago. I said Ravi was doing just fine. Knight d4, rook a3 check. Okay, the king came back to f2 and he put the bishop on d5. And now knight f5 check by Maria. Is that actually a really good shot? Because the point is that if you go king f8, you run into a nasty little idea with c4. And if you take on c4, this is a famous mate. And if you take on f5, c takes d5, you've got these triple pawns. Even this position might not be losing for black, like after king e7, d6, king d7. But rook d5? I don't know. It's getting uncomfortable. And Ravi also, I mean, what else can he do actually? He has to go king e8. Does that move keep him on the board here? King e8? Boy, 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 this is... but now c4 anyways. Because bishop takes c4, knight d6 check actually picks up the bishop. Bishop e4, same idea. Bishop f3. And, well, in the worst case now as white, I can go knight d6 check, king e7, and a move like rook to d2. And you feel as though just temporarily black is a bit poorly coordinated, but Ravi, cool as a cucumber, has just said, you know what? I'm just going to go king e8. You show me why this is so bad. Now, this is one of those occasions where I will quickly cheat. And apparently, it's completely fine for black. And knight e3 was played by Maria, and now Ravi can just put the bishop on e4. And everything is hunky-dory, basically. Ravi has got a perfectly reasonable position, and you can see a bit more calm has come now to his body. Yeah, he's going to play bishop e4, and this is just absolutely nothing for Maria now. So panic over for Ravi Haria. We got to go back to Joe Gallagher's game. This one is getting very, very spicy. Joe Gallagher playing with the black pieces against Olga Giria. And I mentioned before how I really dislike Joe's position. And that hasn't really changed, to be brutally honest. Olga has now played the move pawn to d6 on move 20. And it feels as though that might be I don't want to say a KO blow, but instinctively it feels as though Joe is very close to being toast, because if you take on d6, I guess Olga's idea is she wants to take. Queen takes d6 and now take on b7, hitting the rook. You can't go here because you now drop the knight on a6. So that's no good. And if you bring the rook into b8, maybe this is just about holding on. Oh, sorry, no, the knight is still hanging. I beg your pardon. The knight is hanging. No, the knight is hanging. The bishop is on e2. This looks very, very, very bad for Joe Gallagher after d6. I don't see a move here for Joe. Because if you move the queen across, let's say you move the queen to, I don't know, d7 or d8, you are also running, well, let's say d7 because you've got to control the b7 square. You've got knight takes e5. Now, this is a catastrophe for Joe. And so far, this might be a model game played by Olga. This could just be an absolute blinder played by Olga Giria. I mean, this could just be game of the day. I wasn't convinced at all about Joe's rook maneuver from the start when he did all of this stuff with the rook to d6 and to f6. Felt highly synthetic and not really in tune with the position. And now it's kind of being confirmed because Olga just played very natural moves. She did nothing particularly special. Bishop e2 was class. Rook to d1 was good. cd5, ed5 is obviously good. Queen to b3 hitting the pawn and d6. I mean, the game has flowed for Olga in a very, very positive way. And I actually don't see any way out. Joe Gallagher got about 20 minutes left on the clock, but you can see him squirming in his chair. He's very unhappy. And he's fully aware that the position is very, very bad. Let's move on to another game, and let's have a look at Mary Sebag against Leandro Kriese. I felt as though Leandro had a pretty interesting opening, and we have this position after move 17 here. And once again, it feels as though, and I'll say this as well, it feels as though Leandro is doing just fine in this position, basically. That's without analyzing a single line. White's pieces are a bit, I mean, they look fine, but they are actually lacking purpose for the most part. And it's one of those positions that I've had over the years, or something similar, where you ask yourself, like, how bad could things be here, right? How awkward could things be here? And then you start to look at the position more and more, and you're like, I don't actually have a move here with white. Constructing a plan in this position is actually pretty difficult. I guess one idea is that I look at my bishop on g5, and I say I'm not particularly happy with this piece, right? So I say this piece here is a bit junk. So can I get this piece back into the game? And one idea perhaps is just to drop this bishop back to h4, to then put it on g3, to then facilitate a knight into d6 jump. And that looks fairly sensible to my eyes. Remember, guys, when you think about positions where you need a plan, oftentimes you have to ask yourself, well, which of my pieces aren't really working? Marie decides to go with the move pawn to h3, which I am a bit indifferent towards, to be honest. It feels like a bit of a... not a move that says, I don't know what I'm doing here, but she wants to give some luft for her king, which can always be a good idea. But, yeah, I'm not overly convinced. Let's just put it like that. Yes. That said, what are you supposed to do with black here? Because that's also not clear-cut to me. Some part of you wants to go b5, but that probably doesn't work out because knight d6 is very annoying. And then after bishop takes d6, e takes d6, queen takes d6, you drop b5, and suddenly you ask yourself, why did I just do that? That wasn't a very good idea. The trades here have only helped white open the position. Now all of white's pieces do make sense. So you can't play forcefully here. So what do you do here with black? Also not at all intuitive. Very tough position to play for both sides. Kriese with 10 minutes extra on the clock. And he's got to use all of that time to work something out. In the meantime, let's look at Irene's game against Sabino Brunello. This is the position after bishop f8 and move 21. Tend to feel as though black is doing well here, or at least at least equal. But it's also one of those Spanish positions which you have a hard time believing that white is really struggling. Not at all clear to me. Again, and again, just like the last example, actually, a position where forming a plan is not straightforward at all. Forming a plan here is really not clear cut to me. Tough one. Really struggling here with a move, like trying to suggest a move here with white is not straightforward. I mean, you can always go rook d2 or something like that just to as a sort of passing move, but I feel as though black's going to go a5 in that position, and all of a sudden he's going to start taking over the initiative. No, I'm kind of lost here. The more I look at it, the more I start to realize that actually I think that Irina has got a bit of a task here to make this work, because it could be the case that she ends up just spending a fair amount of time. It's move 20 and you don't really find anything. She hasn't got an easy way to liquidate either, because you can't take on c5 because bishop takes c5 is just very unpleasant. Queen e2, bishop c4, or queen e2 and maybe knight a5. Bishop c4 first, maybe bishop d3, knight a5, something like this. Starts to get completely out of hand, basically. Yeah, just a very, very tough spot for Irene. We'll keep an eye on that one, though. What else have we got going on? The Efroimski versus Eric Rosen game is the maddest game of the round, and it hasn't got less mad since I last checked in. So it was around here where it was knight a4 here, bishop to b6, the rook came to b7, bishop to a5, and now knight to c6. Back. And here, bishop to c3, hitting, well, not hitting the pawn. Eric came in with knight e4, and the bishop's come back to b2. So all kinds of random maneuvers going on in this game. The rook came to d8, which looks logical, f3, and now the knight jumped into g3. And this is what I was saying, is that black has got this kind of weird play on the king side. These knights are completely out of bounds, and you have to start making big concessions as white suddenly on the king side, and like moves like f3 are just not moves you want to play in general in such a position. I mean, this is clearly not a move you want to play. So you allow knight g3. Oh, and now at least knight c5 comes. Rook to c7. Okay, so knight takes a6, rook a7 wins. So that's why she went rook d1. And now the knight comes in on d4. Again, I'm just... my navigation in this position is just... my compass is completely off. I tend to want to play black because I feel as though white's pieces are offside. For example, if you go knight takes a6, I am yearning for a move like rook d7 followed by knight takes here. And if you take, I guess I'm very happy, because having this passed d-pawn has to be huge when it starts running down the board. And you can't really blockade successfully, or can you? Knight c5, rook c7, knight d3. But now, as I mentioned before, when you've got the flanks, you flex it. And the e5 move comes, and e4 is coming. Absolutely not a clue in the world what's going on there. So she did take on a6, so let's go there. So knight d4, she took on a6. Now, what has Eric got lined up here? maybe the best move is actually just to drop back rather than play rook to d7, which allows knight c5. Maybe you try and trap this knight out the game ever so slightly with a move like rook to c8, rook c7 to c8. And again, some part of me is just, it's amazing. White has got 3 protected passed pawns here. 3 passed pawns. Yet my intuition says that this is a bad position for white. And it's because, maybe knight b5, by the way, is an okay move there, but it's because these knights are, as Spanish football players would say, fuera de juego. A lot of people watching the football here. I don't know. I've got absolutely no idea what's going on. It feels like I would take black, though. And I'm very curious because the time situation is, they're very, very close. 27 minutes against 25 minutes with 14 moves, more or less, to go. Feels like it could be a very, very exciting finish before move 40 here. We'll keep an eye on that. Meanwhile, Joe Galler is still stirring about this position. So Joe, clearly, 20 moves in, has to be very, very upset. Well, not very, very upset. I mean, Joe, slightly peeved might be a better description. And yeah, I think he probably just thinks that this position is losing, hence why he's thought for so long. Juvanga also feels as though Juvanga hasn't found a solution to her problems after rook f3. Now black just is a pawn up. Of course, the conversion in such a position is a little trickier because it's opposite color bishops. And for example, a move like rook c3 would be a catastrophic decision because after takes, we do have opposite color bishops endgame opportunities, and white has got a good chance. And in fact, that game could go on for quite some time. So, but Jovanka clearly suffering a little bit and understanding something went wrong. Jansai Abdulmalik's game has exploded here, and it all looked kind of like Andres was in control. Let's see if he managed to keep it. So here, bishop c1 was played. Okay, so we saw this position, bishop c1. So an interesting way to initiate the queen trade, rook to e8. So white has got the center, but black's piece is very active. And here, Jansai decided to go with it with e5. The knight comes to d5, which makes a lot of sense. E takes d6. And now black decided not to take back on d6 immediately, and instead played the move knight takes c3, bishop takes c3, and knight to d5. Again, a kind of incredibly curious decision, but I like it because you can't take on c7 because I can just, for example, what can I do? Can I take on c7? No, I can just take here, right? Knight takes c3, takes, yeah. And rook c1, knight e2, check. So knight d5 threatens the bishop. And so you have to move the bishop, right? Or can you take on e8 and play rook e1? If we're trying to get tricky. But this clearly is the dream for black. If we got an ending like this, Alarcon would be fist pumping, because only black can be better. And I don't know if this is actual suffering for white. You put the bishop on d2 and you run the king to d3. Doesn't really feel like suffering, but Andres obviously knows here he can't lose because he's got no attackable weaknesses. Feels once again that position there is going to end up being a draw. Pia Kramling did win a pawn in her game. So she ended up taking this pawn on d5 And in fact, instead of taking back, Bilal just played bishop e6 at once, which is very, very interesting indeed. Because now after bishop takes e6, rook takes e6, Pia is just a pawn up. That being said, Bilal has got really good control over some of the key squares in the position, especially the light squares. And after, let's say, knight to f3, you can play a move like queen to d5, and it's one of those again, or knight to d5, I'm not really sure, where you tend to feel that black has got enough decent coordination to claim that the extra pawn isn't really that much, because after, let's say, takes, now I'm threatening to come into e2, I'm threatening this bishop on b4, sometimes the knight's coming to f4, the rook can come to c2, all of these active moves for black. And for white, you tend to feel that, that the position is just lacking in energy, really. And the extra pawn, you can't really do anything. In fact, in this position here, if I was white, I would almost certainly be not looking to win the game. I would be looking to certainly not lose the game. It's a sort of position that actually can get out of control very, very, very quickly if you're not careful. So, let's check out one more position. And then we may go for a very quick break. Before I go there, let's have a look. Okay, let's go back to Mamadzada Gunay playing white. And I said that I thought Hussein Aziz did very well. And she did exactly what I thought, which was to basically bring the rook to e3. And after rook e1, bishop g6, I still maintain here that Aziz has had a really successful game so far. If the rooks come off, nothing happens. And in fact, the structure is a bit preferable here for black. And also this pin is still a little bit annoying for white. So, and the good news for Hussein is that he isn't running out of moves, because this knight on b6 still needs to be improved. And it can come round via c8 and d6. And that feels as though he's going to be in a completely fine position. And in fact, I'm starting to prefer black in this position. And I think Gunay needs to think about how to actually start a bailout situation here. You shouldn't really want to play on too much in this position with white. You've got no advantage. You've got no attack. There aren't really any prospects. So this is where experienced players try to find a clean path to equality. Just for one example, just off the top of my head, bishop takes g6, takes, and now queen e2, for example, as a means of getting out of the pin, looks like a fairly sensible way to proceed. And you try and get half a point here. But certainly not a successful game for Gunay so far, and Hussein has done very well. All right, with that said, all games still in progress. As I can see things at the moment, it looks as though the women have got a great position in the Olga Joe Gallagher game. I expect Joe to lose that position. I, however, am a bit negative towards Jovanka's position. She's got a tough game there. She's a pawn down and she's going to have to hold on. And the rest of the games are pretty balanced. So we have a very, very balanced round now. But of course, a lot can change very, very quickly. So we'll be back after the break and we'll be seeing the meat of this round halfway through round one of GibChess Battle of the Sexes 2022. Don't go anywhere.
my very first time of playing in a team event where it's been men against the women, and I can't wait. I mean, when Brian suggested the idea to me, like a few years ago, I was like, do it, Brian. You just have to do it. It's so radical, it's special, and it's unique.
Years and years during this tournament, the Open tournament, there's always a bit of rivalry. For example, even that special day off we used to have during the event where we had the Battle of the Sexes night, where there was that fun game on the big board and everybody got involved. And now it's for real. Now it's on the real board.
I believe it will be great because every time we have been to Gibraltar, to the Gib Festival, there were a lot of women playing very well and beating a lot of grandmasters. But this time, as you know, it is a bit different. We have similar ratings, similar age. So I believe it will be a very interesting event, and obviously I hope that the women will win.
We'll see what happens. I mean, who knows? I mean, it's interesting, probably a one-off, but it's a very good idea, I think, yes.
This is going to be like a very interesting format, and I believe after this there will be many organizers will imitate the event format like this, so we'll see.
I like the format, and it looks like it should be interesting and close, so I guess that's the main point, that it's going to be close, and yeah, looking forward to it.
And hopefully our team will show our best and we'll beat guys.
I have to say, I don't think it's even going to be close. I think the women are going to crush the men.
Yeah, we'll see. I am way less results focused and more just focused on playing good moves. So we'll see that where that takes me.
We have our own WhatsApp group. It's called Lagu Apas. So I think the Lagu Apas will win this one because I believe in our team captain, Pia Kramling. I'm so very happy that we'll be in the same team because otherwise she's going to crush me again like in Riga, the Grand Six. So, and we have Antoinetta Stevanova, and we have the youngsters as well, Zanzaya, Mamadzada, and the rest of the players of my teammates. They are very amazing players. So I'm very confident that we're going to win this event.
Of course we win.
Okay, I have no idea, but I really hope that that we win, obviously. Yeah, it'd be nice to have the extra $5,000, but yeah, we'll see. I don't know. I'll tell you after round 9.
It's going to be the women. We have the best team atmosphere, and we've decided we're going to win. That's it.
everybody, and welcome back to GibChess Battle of the Sexes 2022. We are in full swing in round one. A few results have come in, though. We'll get to those in a moment. Before we go there, though, I'd like to introduce Irina Bulmaga, who's going to be commentating. Thanks for coming, Irina. You've saved me.
Thank you for having
You've
me.
saved me. Thanks for coming. There are a lot of games, and any help is appreciated. So thanks very much for coming at the last minute.
I'm very excited to watch them. And
Yeah.
I hope that women's team will get some points today.
I think they're going to get some points. Well, we know they've got some points because we can report some results. So the result, perhaps that is least surprising to everybody who's been watching since the start, Olga Giria has beaten Joseph Gallagher. Really nice game by Olga, was in control from the start to finish, and she has beaten Joe convincingly. Congratulations to Olga. That means that's the first win for the women's team. Since then, there have been a couple of draws also. In the Sebag Krisa game as well, that ended in a draw, which was actually this position here, before we went to the break, Irina, I was saying it was very difficult to make a plan for both sides. It was very difficult to suggest something. And so they both felt it was the same situation and agreed a draw, which is a clever thing to do. And then Jansai Abdulmalik played against Alakon. Really nice game, actually, by Alakon. Played very creatively. And he got a very decent draw playing against Jansai in this position. This ending is just a draw. You put a king walks to d3 and you've got no issues. Sorry, I've got to do it down here.
Jansai is a very dangerous player, especially with the white pieces.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely, she's extremely dangerous. And but a good draw then for Alakon, who's, he's only rated 2405, but that would give him some confidence today. So that means we've got 7 games still going on. And looking at a few of the positions, I will say that I've been mentioning this from the start. I think Jovanka Huska is in big trouble in this position here. Perhaps we can get the board.
She's a pawn down, it seems.
Yeah, she's a pawn down with no real compensation, a weaker king. The bishop is very good, being on the dark squares. If we can bring that up, please, Mr. Producer, in a moment, because at the moment we don't have the board, so we're just talking, but we can just, here we go. So this is the position at the moment, and as I say, yeah, Jovanka in big trouble here.
Yeah, indeed. And also the drawing chances are very little because there are pawns on both flanks, so the bishop is doing a much better job than the knight. Of course, if we could get to a rook endgame, then the things would be different, but I don't
Even the rook
see.
ending, I'm not sure is...
You think?
Yeah, because, my rook is so well positioned. I mean, if the bishop and knight were off the board, well, there's rook c2 checks. I can also just go b5, a5, rook a8, a4, and with 4 versus 4, king h7, king g6.
Yeah.
It's really, this is a really nasty position to have to defend, and Jovanka is going to need a lot of luck, basically, to hold that. One of the most exciting games of the round has been the game between Efroimsky and Eric Rosen, and we have now this position on the board.
Wow.
Yeah, it's been an absolutely crazy game. And I was saying to the people, Irina, that even though white has got 3 extra pawns, I said that I like black's position, but has Eric misplayed this a bit? Because I can just see the last move. In an ideal world, you would take with the pawn here on d4. But now the move knight d3 comes.
Yeah, and somehow it will be difficult to move those pawns, no?
Exactly.
For black.
You could try and claim you can go f5, e5, f5. But even after e4, this guy's... So it suddenly got difficult. And if you have to go rook takes d4, I wonder if this is going slightly wrong for Eric here. So rook takes d4, rook takes d4, rook takes d4. Now, of course, if we could get the rooks off, I think white would have a really good chance because these pawns run.
Yeah, probably white would be just winning.
Yeah, probably just winning. But that, to me, doesn't look possible at the moment. So I think that
Oh, wow.
well, rook d2 check is a threat. That's a bit of a problem.
Yeah, and then some e4.
E4, and you're getting mated with bishop d4
Yeah.
in some positions. So actually, this is maybe we're underestimating Eric here.
How do we defend against rook d2? Maybe king e1? Is it a move? But then e4, some...
King e1 right away looks, yeah, e4 looks horrible for white.
Rook d1 maybe?
Rook d1.
Will I get away with it?
E takes f3. Oof, nearly. No,
I
yeah,
was afraid actually you might take on d1 and maybe e3.
Also,
who knows, maybe that pawn can or not.
Also possible. Yeah, that also looks quite good. I mean, just as an example, e takes f3. We'll look at your line in a minute. If you take on d4 now, I can take, because bishop c3 check picks up.
But I can take on f3 first.
Yeah, you can take on f3 first, right? Right, you can take on f3 first, right?
Yeah,
Now actually this is okay for white, isn't it?
I think so. Yeah, that pawn was...
Yeah, I like your
quite
e3 much
annoying.
better, actually. That's a much better move. So king e1, e4, rook d1, takes, oops, takes e3.
No, the threat is e2 and then
bishop
bishop c3.
So if I play a move like knight b5,
Yeah, the question is, do we have anything here?
might not. Might just be
Yeah.
winning for white, you know, because
Yeah.
I just run.
Yeah, I don't see how
Yeah.
black can make that pawn queen.
King e1. And that was the move played. Is that right? That if Fromsky played king e1 here?
Yeah,
She
indeed.
did. Wow.
It actually might have been the only way to defend
Right.
against
Rook d2. That's
Yeah.
true, right.
And I'm not sure how to... Yeah, those knights look very clumsy on a3 and b4, but they need just one move to get into the game. And if black can do something meanwhile, those pawns will be running.
Looks very, very, very dangerous, doesn't it?
Indeed.
I don't know. You need a star move here, though, and I don't see it. I don't see it. So something must have gone wrong for Eric, because it looked really pleasant at some point. This move, rook a7, I didn't like. Oh no, even this maybe was okay. f4. Was that necessary? Apparently the move knight h5 might have been better.
Yeah, the problem is that after f4 we cannot create a passed pawn anymore, no?
Or at least it's more difficult,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, now I'm very concerned about Eric's position. So I think around here, when I was thinking, I thought actually the move rook c8 was the best move, because you cut the knight. So complex.
It's so difficult
It's
to
a really
assess
difficult
this position. Yeah.
It's just really, really difficult. And I think Eric, apparently according to the YouTube chat, is now just straight losing.
Wow.
Which is shocking, really.
Yeah, it's difficult to suggest a move.
Really, really difficult to suggest a move. Wow.
Knight b5 is coming,
Yep.
and then the a pawn will just run towards queening.
Yeah, that's in the current position, right? So in this one here, which is here. King e1, star move by Efroimski. And you can tell Eric's body language, he's also not happy.
Indeed.
So Efroimski on course to extend the women's lead. Now, I will say this, Irina. Before the tournament started, I said that I believed that the women were going to crush the men.
Really?
Yeah. In fact, when we all went for dinner, the organization, we went for dinner yesterday, I will say it on air because I don't mind, but I will say it. I believe that the women are going to win 52-48 because there's 100 games.
Wow.
Is that right? 100 games? I think that's right. 100 games, 52-48.
But you know, I actually hope also that the women will win, but it's also connected to the fact that women usually overperform in Gibraltar.
That's a very important observation. You're right. They normally play, but do they overperform against other women or do they overperform playing the men?
I think playing the men.
Right. So then it's perfect.
Yeah.
So they're all playing the men, so they should overperform according to the trends of this tournament. So yeah. So, all right.
In which games do men have any chances?
Well, none. No, Jovanka we said already.
Jovanka we said,
yeah. So
yeah.
this Jovanka game, Tsonga really does have to push here. And I would say Sabino, Brunello against Irene. Actually, things have gotten quite well for Irene the past few moves. This actually looks quite decent for white now.
Yeah,
I don't know
like
what
this
happened.
Position. The d6 pawn looks dangerous, and
Yeah.
it somehow divides the board into two parts, and it will be difficult for black to coordinate his pieces. The bishop on b2 might be a problem, on the other hand, if black manages to play c4, but I don't believe... I mean, I'm not sure he can afford, let's say, knight... No, he doesn't have time. Knight e4, queen e4, and the knight is hanging.
Knight e4, queen e4, and this position is you're attacking the knight.
And then white might even have some ideas like c4 at some point, opening up the bishop.
This is very unpleasant because rook c8 runs into d7, that loses. Queen d7, you just have b takes c5, that loses.
Yeah.
Actually, this is just almost over, right? There's almost no way to protect.
Queen b6.
Queen b6.
Looks ugly.
Looks ugly as hell. Looks like there's a knockout blow here. Like d7, rook d8. Can I just take on e5?
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, this is just hopeless. So Brunello in trouble in this position after knight e4, possibly, unless he has some star move. But
He just played knight d7, I see.
knight d7 going uber passive here. But hold on, if I take on c5?
What is his idea?
I have absolutely no idea.
Maybe he just wants to take and play some... No.
I mean, if I take with the queen, play some... I mean, this is just...
That looks bad.
It's... Oops. This is just bad. Knight a5 or something? But
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, but...
But then you just take on e5.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm losing all my... I'm losing my shirt in this position.
Yeah, it seems like Sabino is in trouble.
Yeah, Sabino in big trouble. So that's huge for the women. That means that... Well, let's check out another game. Pia against Bilal. This position also... I mean, Pia is a pawn up here. But... it feels as though Bilal has got enough control to be okay here, is my interpretation. But it is a pawn, and it's the sort of position where you don't actually expect Pia to lose. It doesn't feel like Pia is in any serious trouble here.
Yeah, the challenge will be for black to hold on to that d5 square, and if he does, then it will be not easy for white to trade some pieces, because that's what she will want to, having the pawn up. So we don't have that. Okay, some knight e5, but there are always some tactics there going on now.
Oh, there have been some moves. Bishop b6, rook c8 has been played. Okay, so now he's going to go
Rook d8.
rook d8.
But
Yes,
that's good for white. Trading a pair of rooks is very good.
I
Rook
agree.
takes,
Yeah, you just take,
queen takes.
queen takes.
You
No.
know, maybe.
Queen f5 or some random move. I don't know. Knight e5 exists.
Maybe rook e1
Rook
to
e1
try
exists.
to trade something more. And black shouldn't trade rooks, I guess. But then maybe I can play queen e4, try some queen e8 later.
Yeah, I mean, you're not running any risks, right, here
Yeah.
as white. So, you know, Bilal, I have this feeling that he's not going to lose this game, but clearly he's not going to win this game either,
Yeah.
unless it's a disaster.
I agree.
Let's move on to another game here. Let's move on to Stefanova against Cheng. And, well, Antonetta's done really well to get this position, I feel, because before it felt as though she was, I don't want to say like losing the thread, but it certainly felt as though she was under a little bit of pressure to get her but she's done well, and now
She threatens to play e4, no?
yeah, e4 is a
And
threat.
win, the f7 pawn.
So can we just go f6 here? How bad is it?
I think it should be fine.
E4, knight b6, bishop
So
f7 check, king h6,
Bishop e6,
bishop e6,
trying to somehow
Rook
control this knight.
rook b5, rook b7, rook b4. Maybe I'll try that. Rook b5.
Is there any mating net
I was
there?
thinking that, but I don't think. I don't think there is. It doesn't feel like.
Yeah.
And if rook b7, my idea is I want to go rook b4. But even this knight is actually very bad, no?
Yeah, the problem for black is that I don't see a way to progress. Let's say I just play king g2.
Yeah.
How do you untangle the pieces?
Oh, I've got. Have I got? No, I don't have it. Knight d5. You take with the bishop. That's useful.
Yeah.
Actually, this is a bit unpleasant. Putting myself in the pin is a bad idea. I can't do that. But how do I get this? No, Antoinetta. I mean, this position is good for white. This is good for not. This is good.
What about f5 instead of f6?
Okay.
To try not to allow e4, maybe?
F5
Can it work?
Makes a lot of sense. I like that suggestion. I can give a. If I give a check, you can block.
Yeah.
Even
Knight.
with the,
Yeah, I think knight f6 should be
you
good
can
enough.
block. No, I find it hard to believe that Antoinetta will win this position.
Yeah.
I find it hard to believe that she's gonna actually win. But
black will need probably a few accurate moves.
yes, yes. And what did Bobby play? Let's see. He did play f5. Yep. He did play f5. Yeah, it feels like that one will end in a draw. Okay, but that's still not bad at all. So what other games? Well, we've got Mamadzada. Actually, I feel as though Gunay has to be a little bit careful now. Her position is getting a little out of control here. Or is it? Hold on. She's got...
Okay, if she trades
Can he go knight takes d4?
Wow.
That's his idea, isn't it?
I didn't see that coming.
And if queen d3, I can take on e8, and the point is I've got a back rank mate. Oh, you've got queen takes g6, but it doesn't matter. I just go king f8.
Nice tactics.
Thanks. But I guess that was his idea, because you don't play knight e7, you don't play knight f5 if I can take... Well, even this, sorry, I should say that even this is fine for black, of course, because I can take on d4.
Well, I was hoping to play knight e2 instead of knight g6 and try to hold like...
Oh, you want to hold? Yeah, sure, but...
Yeah, I think white
is looking to hold here.
The endgame definitely, because, okay, the pawn on d4 is weak. The bishop on g3 will take some time to get it into the game.
Yeah.
And f3, knight e3, we have always to check. Yeah, it's not
It's
easy.
very, very... I felt it was going away from her. And now the question is, does this work? Because I cover the e6 square. That's kind of important.
What can we do?
Oh,
What
we've
about
had some moves. Let's go there.
okay.
Let's. Oh, what's happened? Wait, what?
Queen G4?
Queen G4 and Rook takes E3. So Queen takes G6 check. You just
King
go
F8.
back, and after takes, you just take.
Yeah, you can just take the pawn.
Excuse me. After takes, you just take.
Probably
She
white
has taken.
will try some, but I don't believe in this H4, H5. It will take too long, no, to get H6 on the board. If I could just jump here and play H6 immediately.
That would be nice, yeah.
Yeah.
If you could run this guy, but it feels like black is better to me. I mean, my queenside structure feels... I mean, this pawn on d4, like, for example, if I can play queen f5 successfully, or I can play even just a move like bishop c3, knight e2 is going. Bishop d6.
But even C5 might be a move to be concerned of. Because
Which one?
A C5.
Yeah, c5 as well, yeah.
Yeah, it feels like white's pieces are not doing that much against the king.
No. No, it does feel like that.
Maybe white can try some queen h7, hoping for some knight g6, knight h8, or something along those lines.
Yeah, but not really. Like queen f5, knight g6, king f7, knight h8, king e6. Ah, queen g8. Oof. Excuse me. I have to go here, king e7.
And you want...
Oh, I'm dropping g7. Excuse me.
I
I have to go e8.
E8.
Oh, no. No, but even this is...
Queen g8.
Yeah, okay, but what is going on
Bishop
here?
f8, queen f7.
I've got bishop f8, queen f7. Let's say I go king d6. Ah, I'm getting mated on c7. Oh no, but I can go bishop e7 here. Hold on. I got stuff.
But I have bishop f2, I believe.
Knight g4.
Knight g4.
I got stuff. I got stuff. This he's only got 30 seconds as well, by the way, which is incredible, really.
Yeah. But yeah. Somehow the game took a very wild turn from what seemed like a very calm position.
Yeah,
no?
it did. It really did. Yeah. And we've got a result, and it is a draw in Bobby Chen versus Stefanova. Yeah, that's to be expected. All right, so I don't know what's going on here, but we do have f takes e3 on the board, so expecting Hussein to play knight takes e3. He can still lose that position, of course.
Yeah, interesting. How many more moves do they have till the time control?
In this game, about 10. No, sorry, 5. So they're very close. I would like to go back to this game because this is very exciting, actually. Meanwhile, I mean, we'll quickly put on the board Efroimsky. She's got the dream position now. Rook's off the board. You can't attack these pawns. It's 3 extra pass pawns effective, and that's
And the knight from d5 is controlling that c3 square, so the e-pawn will never promote.
No, this position is toast. Eric is going to lose. So actually, hold on. That'll be 1, 2. And Irene with this... I mean, Irene has just got an unbelievable position.
Yeah.
I mean, look at this. This is...
Was it a Rui Lopez or...?
It was a...
I'm trying to recognize it, but...
It was a mainline Rui Lopez with some bishop d7, some random rook e8, bishop d7. But it's not worked out for Sabina. It's been pretty bad. Rook a d8.
Knight d2, a very good move. The
yeah,
second
I like
knight
this move a
comes
lot.
to e4.
Great move. Can also come to b3, e4. You anticipate f5 as well.
Yeah.
I guess Sabina has to just go all in here because what else are you supposed to do?
Yeah, probably f5.
Yeah, he should just from a practical point of view go f5. Now probably you just go knight b3. Why not?
Yeah. The problem
Take
is
and
that
put it.
black cannot really advance both pawns
Right.
in one move, no? So
Right.
if f4, queen e4, if e4, then okay.
Well, if e4, you can just
Maybe already c4 is...
c4. I quite like the move queen d2 as well, trying to come
queen
to
d5.
d5.
Yeah. Yeah, it feels like those pawns haven't achieved
takes.
so much, no?
Now, this looks completely toast for Sabino. I mean, he should be very concerned. Very surprising. Sabino Brunello rated 24.92.
Wow.
He was 26.30 a few years ago.
Indeed.
Yeah, so he's had a real difficult few years, it seems.
Many of us did.
Sorry?
Many of us did.
Many of us did, yeah. Tell me about it. I'm part of the crew. Don't worry.
Me too.
It's been a hard few years.
Okay.
Muzichuk, Harrier, let's quickly go there because... Oh, well, we have a weird position here where Ravi has managed to trap his rook in the corner, but you can't ever actually trap it.
Yeah, it's a funny position. So the rook cannot move, but the
Yes.
knight cannot move either. Like
Yes.
it will be like a mutual Zugzwang. So basically, white will move the
White can go c4, but where do you put the bishop?
bishop e4.
Okay, so you're confident that knight g3 doesn't work. Okay, I believe you. Yeah, that's the only thing you have to calculate. But luckily for
Rook g2.
yeah, luckily for Ravi, he's got rook g2, and we do have a result. And Eric Rosen has resigned, or I assume he's resigned against Efroimsky. Great result for Efroimsky. Looked like she had a difficult position. Some inaccuracies there by the chess YouTube king or prince or however you want to call him, and a great result there for the women. What do you think about this position then with Ravi? Do you think this is just holding and just there's just not, because after c4 bishop e4 the pawn, you never really, I mean the king can always come to d7.
Yeah, this is
Bishop d3 can come, right?
This is what I don't like actually about White's position, is that after, say, king d7, bishop d3, you might drop that pawn on h2.
Yes, yes. Actually, you have to be a bit... but maybe there's some repetition. Oh, no, there is no repetition. No, king g2 I can take on f1. This is, this is very, very dangerous. Very, very, very dangerous.
Unless we miss something here for White. But yeah, I also don't see how... wait, I have an idea. No, but it...
What's your idea?
Rook c3 maybe, with the idea to play... No, that cannot
Rook
be good.
c3?
To play rook h3 somehow and defend the h2 pawn and then go away with the knight.
Rook c3, rook at that's... Wow. Rook c... Wow. Maybe. I don't believe it somehow. It feels weird, but...
Yeah, it does. I have to agree with that.
But hold on. But why not? It might be okay.
But it seems like the only way to free the knight from f1.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Unclear. Well, let's see. Maria going to have a think here about what to do. Meanwhile,
Pia played
Pia
knight
just
e5.
She played
And
a4.
a4 then.
She wants to go a5, I assume.
Well, yeah, then bishop c7 and then maybe some queens. No, queen c5. No,
So
queen c5 is too early.
Bit strange. Okay, Bilal plays very natural move a6 to keep his options open. I still feel like black is just solid enough to try and hold this position, you know?
Yeah, but like you said before, it is a risk-free position for white.
Yes, for sure. I'm very curious. Let's see if Irene can actually convert this massive advantage. So queen f7, so pretty much what we were saying.
Yeah, now black wants to play probably some knight c4, no?
Or f4.
Or f4, yeah, f4.
Yeah, bishop c1 is probably a classy move here. There we go, bishop c1.
What about g5 now?
No,
is it
now
terrible?
you can. No, but you have to get tempted to take it. I don't know how good it is. I would be very tempted to take this, but also at the same time, I would be annoyed that I have to give up a piece.
Yeah, I can play probably bishop g7 after taking everything.
Yeah, takes. Bishop g7. D7 doesn't work.
I will just take everything.
You just take everything, no problem.
Materialistic world.
Yeah.
Well, so Iran will have to do something about... Anyway, f4 is not such a dangerous threat, I hope. Actually it is, because after queen g4 there is knight e5 and...
Yeah. No,
and he played g5.
Yeah, no, this is critical. Now he's getting a bit more confident. Something went wrong. How did this go wrong for Irene? Because she had such control. Knight d2, f5. She did go knight b3. And he played a very clever move, knight b6. This is a very good move. Now allowing the queen to come.
Yeah, maybe...
Maybe here there's something.
I feel it should have been possible for white to play c4, because I don't like that we didn't manage to open up the position.
Yeah.
But then bishop d6, yeah. No, bishop d6, queen h6, it doesn't work.
But
so
knight takes b4?
let's say knight takes d7.
And you just want to take on e5 at the end of everything. So if I take...
Or, okay, I have to...
Doesn't feel right for white. Doesn't...
Yeah, maybe.
Doesn't feel right somehow.
Okay, let's say rook e5. Because rook e5 bishop you cannot take on d6 as you'll get pinned probably.
Knight d3 or something. Oh, it's getting complicated.
Yeah, maybe we overestimated the position.
I don't think so. I'm curious. I want to cheat so bad. I'm going to cheat. I just want to get the... Oh, yeah, +5 for white. Your move c4 is very good. Yeah, your move c4 is very good. So it was winning. Now, in the current position, let's go straight there.
d7.
She did go d7. It felt like she had to play that move at some point. And by the way, in this position here,
what
happened in Gunay Mamadzada? What's going on here? Looks like a draw to me. That looks like a draw.
Yeah.
Okay, good result for Gunay, because I thought things were getting completely out of control. Yeah,
it seems like this is the game to watch now.
Yeah, we'll stay here for the moment because it's very interesting. So d7. Okay, so why? So what's the idea? If I take...
She played knight b7 already.
Knight b7. Wow.
I completely missed this move.
What's going on here? f4? Queen g4? No, f4 I can take. Sorry, f4 I can take the knights, the rook. So if I move the rook, let's say I go here.
Knight d6?
Knight d6, simply. This is very nice, and this is a very... But is this...
Even queen d6.
Queen d6.
Because the h6 pawn will be hanging.
Oh, yeah. That's a good... That's a triple attack.
Yeah. No, maybe black will have to sacrifice... and he did already. He sacrificed.
He sacrificed. Yeah. So after knight b7, he played f4, and he just gave this up. Knight takes d8, And I assume he wants to go rook takes d8, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think this is a good practical try. Unless, you know what here you could do as white, which looks...
Take on F.
Take on f4.
Hmm.
Take,
I'm not sure.
take.
And now let's say knight. Where should I place my knight? Knight f6 or b6?
Yeah, knight f6. So I take it.
Rook f4.
Still should be good for white, you would think. That's actually 3 pawns.
Yeah, it's too
It's
much.
too many pawns, yeah.
Yeah, that's
That's
nice
the practical solution, isn't it?
Yeah, indeed.
Because if you go queen g4, knight e5, you're starting to run into... It feels like you're running into something. I don't know. Takes queen f5 followed by f3 and just let the initiative run.
Of course, if Iran will be able to assess correctly the position after bishop f4, white should have great chances to win.
She did it.
Yeah.
Yeah, she did it. Very smart. Very, very smart. So bishop takes f4.
Does black have anything else? Probably.
No.
No.
What else do you have here as black? You're an exchange down, you have to take.
Bishop g7.
Bishop g7, just whatever. Bishop c7 or something.
Yeah, and e4 is falling.
Yeah,
of course.
You have to take. He does take. Okay, Irene will take. And here, I guess you just take on e4 and don't think about it for too long, because you shouldn't really be thinking, and she doesn't. She does very well. Rook takes e4. And this is...
she looks very confident.
Yeah, she should be, because her position is very good. It's not over. I wonder if Sabino is going to try and find a way.
Maybe some f3 to try to at least...
But now I can be tricky and play a move like rook e3.
You want to play rook d3?
Yeah, I want to play rook d3. But knight e5, sorry. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything. Knight d4? No. Yeah, I think he will go f3, actually.
Maybe some knight c5?
Takes.
Take? The point being that if you take on c5...
You take and
I
rook
will
e8 check.
win the exchange. Yeah, it might be a bit difficult for black to unpin.
Yeah, because actually rook e6 is coming next, right? And if you go here, I can always take.
You know, I have a funny idea here. I can play maybe even rook e to d4. Okay, not now, but at some point.
Yeah,
you know?
and then run. Yeah. But I think Irina's just got lots of... Oh, he played a move. What did he do? He played knight f6 immediately. Isn't this what we...
Yeah, it is what we discussed.
looked at this. Yeah, I mean, she should just take. Maybe he's going to take on e4 here.
Oops.
Oops, that's something we missed.
Yeah, that's
and that's what he wants
idea.
to do. Yeah, but I'm not sure how much this changes things. For example, rook a8.
But yeah.
A little bit. It does change things.
I don't know. Knight c5 is coming. And here rook c8 might be an issue. Or do you have knight e2 and knight d4?
Yeah, rook c8, knight e2, knight d4. I maybe just a3.
How is this position?
Still feels good for white.
Yeah. Yeah, it does.
Yeah, because I'm taking here now, definitely. And I protect a3. No, this has to be good for white.
It will be difficult to defend this with black.
For sure. Okay, nothing really going on there. In Ravi has got his... Oh, she did... She played your move. Well done. She played your move. She brought the rook round in a very unusual manner. And the king, that's what I was thinking. The king comes to g7 and just... Oh, and rook c1. That's a classy move. That's a really nice move by Ravi. Now he's out. But okay.
But rook c5.
Rook c5 and...
The bishop has to go to a6.
a6.
Yeah. I can play c4 now, maybe.
it still feels like you can't win this position somehow.
And you know, the funny thing is that I think the best here for black is to go back with the king,
With
king
the
of
rook.
8.
Oh, king of 8.
Because now if you go after h5, I can take on c4, no?
Let's have a look what's happening. Oh, no, we just have a draw somewhere. So something happened. So rook a5 happened. So they shook hands. So something has just happened. So rook a5. So what did he do here to force the draw? I'm very curious. What happened here?
Not sure.
What happened here?
Ah, yeah, they agreed for a draw, but
I don't know the last moves. Very unusual.
it's they somehow traded the
The
knight
bishop
and
came off. Did
Yeah.
he go bishop d5 and she just took and said, sorry, takes, I take here check,
Yeah,
and
That's what happened.
something like this, and they agree to draw here,
Right.
basically.
Yeah. No, but bishop d5 is a very good move.
Yes. No, Ravi played this very well to make a draw like this. This was really really good.
Yeah, but we should not forget that all women have white today, so it
Yeah.
was natural that they
Sure.
press.
Oh, by the way, Jovanka did not survive at all.
Oh.
She didn't even come close to surviving.
Oh.
Jovanka couldn't even fight this one. Oh, she went into the pawn ending. Well, I mean, it was probably losing anyways, but yeah, she didn't because he's winning pawns. Yeah, it didn't feel like she was going to hold today, to be honest. Yeah, and okay, so one win for the guys, and actually that means that we only have 2 games left. We have this Irina Sukanda and Pia Kramling game. And in both games, the women have got basically superior positions.
Yeah.
So it could be a blowout day. It could be like a +3 or +4 day for the women today.
Yeah, there's a big chance for that.
Big chance, yeah.
And I think Pia will try to nurture this extra pawn for a very long time. And Bilal will have to suffer for the draw here. Well,
Yeah,
very
it's
well played for
it's great, and you can see Bilal there is kind of he's not enjoying himself, is he?
definitely.
But he's not having a terrible time.
The problem is that now black has to trade rooks, and then another part of black's counterplay will be gone. Let's say queen, but where to place it? Queen d7?
Queen d7.
Rook e7, let's say. Even rook, no, rook e5, no.
No, rook e5 makes sense.
You think?
Yeah, why not? I like rook
Yeah.
e5. No, this is just.
And
am I-
after rook takes e5, we take with the knight?
You can take with the knight, but I was thinking,
Or with
can
the
you
pawn.
take what we probably can take with the pawn, but again,
No, but now it's no longer a passed pawn, no? Maybe it
Right.
will be.
knight takes, and there's some problems with the b7 pawn. Actually, you can't hold.
Yeah.
That's immediately losing, actually, right? You can't
How do
hold.
we-
You can't hold b7 and d5.
Some queen e6, queen b7, bishop d4. No, actually here after queen e6, I don't think we have to take on b7.
No,
Because we give up
we
d4.
give up d4, and there's no way to exploit that. Okay.
Yeah, but even some bishop c3, let's say. The bishop
Yeah.
is not doing much
Mhm.
on a5.
Can I take? Oops.
Queen
I
e6.
I don't.
Ah,
No, it's okay.
Can you trick me?
No, I didn't trick you. King f1, you're okay.
Yeah, but
Oh
then
no,
you
I can
take on
take. I can
d4.
take on d4. I did trick you. Oh, I did trick you.
Yeah.
I tricked you.
Okay, so that means that maybe rook e7 is better after
Yeah,
all.
maybe just rook e7,
Knight e7.
knight e7, And if knight e5, queen d5 holds, still not easy, hard to win this position.
I'm not sure. I mean, I will trade the queens, play knight f3, and then come with the king.
Oh, oops. You just want to trade, take, knight f3, come with the king.
It's just a healthy pawn.
Mm-hmm.
So he played queen c6.
He played queen c6, okay. Queen c6. And they've got extra time now because it's after move 40. This bishop looks a bit stupid out here.
Wait, but he can't avoid this variation, right? Like rook e7, knight e7, knight e5.
He has to go queen d5.
Maybe queen c1,
king h2,
queen
f4. Ooh, that's nasty. Yep.
Maybe that's why he played
That's what
queen
he
c6.
wants. Yep. That's what he wants. That's what he wants. Oops.
And it was played actually.
Yeah?
Or not?
No,
not yet.
It wasn't played yet. So, all right. And in the other game, wow, she did basically do this, rook a8, and she played a3. Yeah, this is the professional way to play. She took on a6, knight e5, knight d4, and knight c4.
Does black have any chances to hold this one? There might be some tricks.
Of course, there are always chances. Of course, in such endings, but
maybe I want to play bishop g7 to try to sort of destabilize that knight.
Knight f5.
Immediately knight f5.
I could go knight f5 immediately, but it feels.
Maybe it can be a bit trapped there.
Yeah.
Okay, you always have knight h4, but it's not what you really want to do.
Yeah. All right, well, look, I think there's a bit more game here and in the other remaining games. So we've had 8 results. So far, we've got the women are winning by a point, so they're +1 for today. With 2 games to go, and it looks as though Sukanda's got a commanding position, and it looks as though Pia also has got some chances to try and grind something out. We're going to go for an interview now with some of the finished players, and we'll be back for the remainder of the round, so stay tuned. everybody, and welcome back to the inaugural Battle of the Sexes Scheveningen tournament, live from the Garrison Library here in Gibraltar. It's round 1, and we've had 9 results coming in fast and furious, and it's been a day for the ladies so far. Absolutely great performance by the women's team, who all had white today. And so far, you can see Irene Sukanda has just had a fantastic result, beating Sabina Brunello. What a great result for her, winning with the white pieces there. Always in control, it looked like, and played a very nice game. Olga Giria, as you saw in the interview as well, had a great game against Joe Gallagher. Efroimski beat Eric Rosen in a very messy game. Jovanka Huska, the only casualty so far for the ladies, and she will be the only casualty most likely, because there's only one game remaining, Irina, and that's the game between Pia Kramling and Bilal Belhassini. And, well, we have the position on the board where Pia Kramling is a pawn up, but is it enough to win? That's the question.
I think it might be just enough. Well, actually, it looks very much like the line we discussed.
That's true.
With d takes e5. But once again, the problem is that the bishop is better when there are pawns on 2 flanks.
Yes.
But, well, there are still queens on the board, and maybe Bilal can find some tricks, because we know that the queen and the knight work very well together.
Actually, this move already, queen c7, is a bit of a problem for Pia, is it not? Because am I not just threatening to take on e5 now?
You are, actually.
So queen c7, and now I'm threatening takes. The point is, let's just say I put a move on the board. King, let's say I play the move g3, just to illustrate. I can take, and the point is, if you take, and then take on b7, I have the move queen takes a5, and we have an immediate draw.
Yeah. We cannot afford giving up that pawn, but how to do that?
Oh, sorry, I should do it down here. Sorry, I beg your pardon. This is the analysis board. Excuse me. I'm saying here, after queen c7, if what... Oops, I'm blundering everything. If white plays any move, I can just take, and the point is I'm threatening this pawn. So after this, we have a draw. So the question is, how do you save this pawn? The problem is, if you go f4, you really weaken your king.
Yeah, after queen c5.
Queen c5, king h2. Even here, it's not... queen c4, sorry, I can take here. No, I can't.
No. Okay, still.
I mean...
Take.
Take, but I have check and here, right?
Queen d2, let's say.
Yeah, check.
King h7.
Check.
King g8. Still.
Even this might not be enough for a win.
Yeah, b3, queen e3.
b3, queen e3, yep. Yeah, this looks actually very, very difficult, does it not?
Look, she played queen a4, and now it's not possible to take on e5 because of queen e8.
That's a very clever move, queen a4.
Right. And
But
queen e8 is coming anyway.
And if I go king h7... I know. Wow, that's a very tricky move by Pia.
Okay, king h7, let's say queen e8. Knight takes a5.
Knight takes a5, yeah.
Bishop takes, queen takes.
And queen takes f7, queen e1 check.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah, and that's an immediate draw. Actually, hold on.
Okay, I should have a perpetual.
You have a perpetual, yeah. You can't.
No, there is g6.
Ah, no, there's g6. There's g6 and queen g7, and all of a sudden you probably lose this position.
Yeah.
Oh God, I hope that doesn't happen, because that's a sort of accident that sometimes can happen.
So what would be then the move after king h7?
Know. So king h. Oops. So queen a4, king h7. Maybe there is no move. Ah, no, there's queen e4 check. So if I go b3, but you can just
have knight g6.
You just have knight g6 and you're okay, right?
Yeah.
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 Yeah, king h7 feels like the move, doesn't it?
Unless there is some sort of queen c2 check. Yeah, there is queen c2 and then I pin you. I can play some bishop d4.
Hold on a second here. What's going on? What have I? Okay, so king h7.
Queen c2.
Queen c2 check. And bishop d4, and you pin me.
Yeah.
Wow, that's nasty. Okay, maybe it's not the end of the world. Like
Queen c6.
queen c6, and I'm threatening this.
Yeah. But now, okay, yeah, black has the hold of the light squares. And let's say if I play b4, maybe you can even take on e5.
Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe after all, black has just enough to save this game.
Feels like it as well, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Actually feels like it.
Oh, he played a different move. He played queen c8.
So queen c2, queen c8.
No, yeah. After queen a4.
Queen a4, he played queen c8. Here. Okay.
Yeah.
Also makes sense, but now there's no pressure on the e5 pawn.
What happens after b3? Did I miss something?
No.
Is
What is this? Hold on,
Is it a
wait.
blunder?
Did he just blunder a piece? No, he's going to go knight e3.
But it looks... Yeah, can it? Can it be like that? Okay, you want queen c1, knight f1, so I have to play bishop. No, I can actually play some queen
You can
d4.
play queen d4, knight f5, and the game continues, right? And
yeah. No, but it feels like here white has at least some chances to... Yeah.
so b3, why can't she play b3? Why can't she play b3?
Okay, knight b6 or knight e3. Yeah, knight e3 looks better. But it is suddenly the only move.
Incredible.
Like
Incredible.
And it's a draw there, no? Like if I take on e3, then you take on c3.
Yeah, so here takes
Queen e8,
queen
king
e8, king
h7.
h7, I take, oops.
And you take all the pawns.
And I take all the pawns, check. Something like this. Oops, sorry, should be a draw somehow. Maybe you can even just go b4 immediately, and yeah, you never win this position. I still feel like it's going to be a draw somehow, I have to say. And they've got 15 minutes and 13 minutes left, so so that's something.
Right. What else? How can white be tricky here?
That's a good question. That's a good question.
Unfortunately, I would love to pin this knight, but I don't have time for it.
Queen c8.
Bishop, maybe bishop d4
Bishop d4.
with the idea of playing queen c2 maybe. Yeah, somehow this pawn was better when it was a free pawn on d4.
Yeah, exactly.
Now it has difficulties to advance.
But I mean, just in general, I mean, just let me put a question. No, because b3 is, she's gone queen to d1 immediately. Sorry, queen a4, queen c8, queen to d1.
That's a very good move. She wants to bring it to d5. That's the best square for the queen on the board. But he will probably not allow it.
Yeah, he can go queen e6 here, for example.
Right. Or even, can he play queen c5 now?
Queen c5 back. Feels wrong, but it could be okay.
Just to try to attack both pawns.
Queen c5 back, huh? Could be okay. Could actually be okay.
Yeah, I believe black will save it. But I wanted to ask you,
Yes,
how
please.
would you assess this position with queens off the board?
Yeah, I was thinking that. Still feels though that black should have some good chances, but with pawns on both sides, it's one of those where instinctively you say, oh, you get the blockade on the light squares, but if the king is not active enough, if this white king ends on e4, g4, f4, f5 comes, it's very unpleasant.
Right.
I'm not sure it's so holdable. Actually, I'm not convinced.
Yeah, because also the knight on c4 is a bit strange. If the knight would be on c6,
Yeah.
then probably. Still, somehow, very interestingly, the knight has very little squares, I believe, to maneuver around. So at some point, let's imagine just the black king on e6, white king on e4.
Oof. Okay, we're gonna have to imagine this one. Okay, yeah. Okay. Yes.
And let's say white plays then f4, g4, and black keeps g6. How can I put the knight to stop f5? Only on e7, but that leaves us with no moves.
Exactly. I know this is probably for people who are trying to envisage this. We're just thinking of an endgame, but even the endgames with the queen offs, basically what we're saying is it looks extremely difficult. Actually,
Yeah.
it looks very difficult. So I don't think he's going to play queen c5 here. I just have the impression that he's not going to play that move.
We'll try something, but queen d5 is a very unpleasant threat. So he will have to take probably this square away from white's queen.
So what if I go queen e6? This is for me the most natural move in the position.
Queen d8 check, let's say first,
king h7.
and queen d4. Or
Okay.
yeah, let's say queen d4. Now b3.
b3, knight a3.
Knight a3.
And knight b5 would come.
But okay, queen e4 check. There are some threats.
Yeah. Maybe the queen is better on c6 than e6. That's another. I was thinking, is this better here? But now there's no threat, and now you can go queen d4 anyway. And e6 is, whoops, sorry, e6 is suddenly actually,
yeah.
e6 is actually a serious threat here all of a sudden.
Yeah, somehow the knight is stuck on c4. Black has to be a bit careful here.
Yeah.
I have found a funny variation.
Show me.
After queen c5,
Yes.
queen d8 check,
Yes.
king h7,
Yes.
queen d3,
Yes.
king g8,
Yes.
and now b3. With the idea that knight a5,
Oh,
b4.
beautiful. Yes. And if I go here,
Queen d8. Oh, wait.
we blundered.
I had the idea to play queen d8
queen
check
f5.
and queen f5.
Yeah, you had a bit of diagonal blindness, which
Yeah.
this also happens.
No, that doesn't work then.
Yeah, that doesn't work, it seems.
But maybe she can find some geometry here, because I really don't like that this knight on c4 doesn't have any moves.
Yeah, that's the big problem. So if this in this position here, if the knight was on like a better route, let's say the knight was on c6,
Then I think it would be just a draw.
right? Okay, that makes a lot of sense.
Because also the knight from c6 covers d8, so you don't have to worry about those intermediate checks. Let's see how Bilal will play. Yeah, sometimes you can forget about this intermediate checks.
You can, absolutely.
Yeah.
It's very, very, very difficult here, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, this knight on c4 is Bilal's big problem. It's just on the wrong route, as we say, and it's kind of suffering.
I'm still going for my queen c5.
You think you'll go queen c5?
Yeah.
He's in the tank. I mean, he's spent a long time here. It's already 7 or 8 minutes.
Yeah. If he will delay too much deciding on the move, in time trouble, missing those intermediate checks
it's
becomes
very easy.
easy.
Yeah, very easy to blunder suddenly.
I think he tries to he's trying to find a direct way, you know, like a forced way to get the draw, because otherwise, spending so much time.
But it's difficult
is
to
a bit-
force it here because you have no. th- You have no. What's the word? Like, lever. There's no break or there's no combination where you can.
Yeah.
You can't actually force it. And yeah, this knight on c4 is incredibly bad.
I had an idea, but it doesn't work. I was thinking maybe some queen f5, so that after queen d5 we have some queen f4 and try to make a perpetual, but then there is maybe bishop d4, and then queen c1, king h2, queen f4, g3.
G3. So you want to. So how do I do that? So queen f5.
Wrong board.
Oh yeah, sorry. Queen f5, queen d5.
Yeah, queen f4 now.
Yeah, sorry. Let me go back here because that's not actually the correct board. So queen f5, queen d5, queen f4.
Yeah, to try to somehow play queen c1 and.
Makes a lot of sense. Makes a hell of a lot of sense, actually. Very nice.
And now let's say bishop d4.
And now you can. But now at least the knight is. Oh no, knight d2, bishop e3 is winning. This cute
Lovely.
also loses.
But probably after bishop d4 there is queen c1, king h2, and knight takes b2, no? I'm not sure. How is that?
Bishop d4, queen c1, king h2.
Can we take on b2 or is it
Takes on. Feels wrong to me. Feels like we're getting
too far away now?
mated, yeah. Oh no, sorry, I've got to be careful because you have queen f4. But maybe you don't even. e6, queen f4, g3. e6 feels close to bad.
Queen f4,
Queen f4,
g3.
G3,
No,
and you
it's
lose.
bad, yeah.
And if I take, I
Queen
guess
takes.
I take.
No, it's just
It's just gonna be.
queen
if-
f5.
Yeah,
Oh.
queen f5 because you can't also block. So just thing like this. Oh, sorry, let me. Queen g4.
G4.
I mean, eventually you're gonna get mated because you can't protect the knight and mate.
Yeah.
Eventually, it's just mate.
Yeah, so I simply don't find another good, another move which doesn't get in trouble immediately. I mean, I think queen c5 should be it. But maybe Bilal has some other idea. But meanwhile, he has gone to less than 5 minutes on the clock.
Incredible. Just incredible. Yeah, I can't find a move. And he's now spent 10 minutes on this move. And he's really having problems as well, basically, finding a construction here.
Yeah, from the human point of view, it's not so easy when you have to defend for the whole game. So he's a pawn down since move 20, and it feels like it should be enough for a draw, but still you have to be very precise, move by move by move.
Yeah, and he's just not finding it. Now down to 4 minutes. I mean, and Pia playing a masterclass here with the white pieces. And b6, so he does try for the forcing. But what is this move? Why can't I take queen d4 and e6? What's going on here? Or queen d4 immediately, ba5, e6.
He will have queen e6 there.
Queen d4, queen e6, take.
And he's holding everything. Yeah, he found, or at least he tried to find a way to solve the knight's problem. Yeah, seems like a good try. But okay, let's
Maybe,
see.
maybe.
A takes, knight takes.
So
it should be forced.
It's queen d4. You want to go queen e6.
Oh wait, I understand now. Queen d4 immediately.
That's what I was
the
thinking.
problem.
Yeah, and queen e6.
Anyway, you have this.
Yeah, anyway, queen e6. But I mean, can I start? I mean, can I do this?
You want F5 and
Yeah, I just want to go
E6?
F5. So like, if you take, I go F5. I know this looks crazy,
Let's
but
say I take E6. Can it work? No, it's Queen C5. You just take
I just
and
take an
E7.
E7. Yeah.
That's
Queen
tricky.
C5. I can just take E7, and I make a new queen. This is what my gut tells me. F4 here.
Yeah, well, she will have to work out how to make these mating ideas dangerous, because now they are definitely in the air. But also, maybe there can be some transition to an endgame now. A takes b6, knight b6, queen g4.
Where, sorry?
Immediately. After b6, a takes,
yeah.
knight takes,
Yeah.
and queen g4.
Queen g4.
It might be more difficult here to draw this endgame.
Queen e6 maybe, anyways.
And now your move.
And now f4. f4, g6. Knight d5 coming next.
Yeah. It's not a direct win, definitely.
No. But it feels like I don't trust this move. I don't trust it. I can't tell you exactly why, but I don't trust it.
Yeah, so maybe your variation with f4 is the best try for white. Let's try to look into it.
So here?
No, queen d4
so queen
immediately.
d4 first.
Yeah.
Okay, so queen d4, queen e6, and just f4. Now, of course, I can take and go f4, which is there was a reason why I didn't do it.
But then knight d5.
And then f5 anyways. So if takes, I can also go f4 like this. But I was thinking if g6, I mean, I just want to go for it with g4, really. And now the knight is hanging.
Yeah.
Sorry, g4.
Knight, again, I want to play knight d5, f5.
Well, knight d5, f5. So one idea is to go knight d5, f5, takes, queen b6. But this ending
looks
is
bad.
This is bad. This is really bad.
Lost.
This is losing. This king just runs, and you got a weakness, and no, you never hold this. So we're saying queen d4 is the move we want to play, huh?
I guess.
It looks correct to me.
Yeah, somehow b6 looked like a good try to free the knight from c4, but the mating ideas, probably Bilal missed them.
Yeah. And Pia, she's thinking, and it's correct for her to think at the moment as well, right? This is good. This is good.
Yeah. And he's also gone to 4 minutes on the clock. Pia still has 10 minutes.
Yeah.
What else can she
I'm not really
consider?
sure. I mean, well, she can consider a b6 or queen d4, but I don't see any other move that really makes sense, to be honest.
Yeah, because otherwise...
Your queen g4 move only, but I wasn't... you can't do that.
Not immediately.
Can you? Because...
What do you mean?
Just to show you, out of interest, queen g4, let's say you take. If you go ba5, I can probably go b3 and take the a pawn, and it's better for white. And if you take here, I was just curious if this ending is just winning for white, which it is, of course.
Yeah, it is, because after g5, when, let's say, at some point, you will always have at least g3.
Yeah, or g3. Yeah, exactly. Or if you ever go g5, but mostly I have f5, right?
Yeah.
So even queen g4 here you have to consider. So it's queen d4, queen g4. Wait, queen g4 could be genius, huh? Because if you go queen e6 now, I can take, 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 and now b3, and I force knight takes a5.
Yeah, and it's
And this ending is a slightly better version, but it's
totally winning.
It's totally winning. F4, king f7, king f2.
Just bring the king.
Just bring the king.
And then g4.
And then g4, g6, and just some king c4. I guess this is winning.
No, it's definitely winning. h4, h5.
h4, h5. Let me just... h4.
Maybe with the king on d4, we have to be a bit accurate. But
maybe
this is
not.
also
Maybe we don't even have to be accurate because we're so fast. No, this is just...
Oh, okay, so...
So actually queen g4... She played queen d4. I mean, I don't blame her for that. But queen g4 immediately somehow is...
That's a great idea. Because forcing to go to a pawn endgame is definitely what white would want. And otherwise the knight doesn't escape from c4. So probably take on g4, h takes, b takes a5 would be the only way to continue. And then b3, knight b6, bishop a5, and try to...
win that position.
Yeah.
But that's not also... Oh, that will take some time. So queen d4, queen d6, okay.
And now all these f4, f5 ideas, so she has to figure out a way.
Queen d8 check.
What is that?
What is this move? What does she want here?
It's tricky. King h7,
Yeah.
a takes b6.
Yeah, so you have to take with the...
Knight. And then queen d3, queen a6.
Oh, wow. Oh, that's absolutely brilliant. That's absolutely brilliant.
I don't see a way
That's
for...
absolutely brilliant. And if I take with the queen?
Also queen d3.
Queen d3 and I pick up the knight. This is absolutely brilliant, Pia Kramling.
Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, it looks like she found a very clean way.
What an absolutely brilliant
and
way.
It's actually even better than the endgame, because in the endgame black, okay, it looks bad, but who knows? Maybe it would take another 40 moves to win that endgame.
But this, I mean, okay, let me put this on the board. So here, let's say I go here, here. It is 2 pawns, but this... I mean, yeah, I mean, it's... but the problem is you're pinned, actually.
Yeah.
So you can't do anything. Bishop d4 is a threat.
Yeah.
So it's just actually...
Probably some sort of queen b3 should be the move in order not to be forced to trade the queens immediately. But okay, it looks very artificial. And we are just 2 pawns up.
2 pawns up, yeah. That's... Also, you can... Maybe queen b7?
Pin from the other
queen
side.
d1 check, king h2, and if knight d5, e6.
And let's show what happens after knight c3.
And knight c3, we can take on f7 and just take on c3.
Or e7 even.
Or e7 or whatever. E7, yeah, e7 is good enough.
Yeah.
This is a brilliant, brilliant, brilliant solution by Pia Kramling. So queen d8 check, king h7, queen d... she went queen d3 check first, same thing.
Yeah.
Same thing. And Bilal is in big trouble here. Basically has no moves.
Yeah.
I mean, you block the check, you then just take on b6. I wonder if Bilal will actually resign that position or try and fight, but it's very difficult to fight.
Yeah, I believe a few more moves and then Bilal will probably have to resign, yeah.
And that will mean that the women are up 4+3 today for the women. I mean, that's a huge result.
Indeed.
Huge.
Indeed.
And the guys are going to have to bounce back tomorrow somehow. Although that's not clear how they're going to do that. They really felt the force today. You feel
Pia is very good in this kind of positions where she has, where she plays for 2 results.
Yeah.
She's a very technical player, and she loves just to try to nurture every little aspect of an advantage. I experienced that on myself, and not once. Yeah, fantastic result for the women's team. And we'll see if men will be able to pressure in the same manner tomorrow when they will have white.
Actually, Bilal, he's had enough. He didn't even fight Pia Kramling. Fantastic win for the team captain of the women's team. And a blowout day. 1 loss, 4 wins, 5 draws. The ladies are showing what they're made of. I'm still confident in my prediction. I think this is a wipeout event. I think they're motivated. I think they've got a good team spirit. And the team captain bringing it home immediately.
Right.
For, just Queen D8, Queen D. I thought we were going to be here for another few hours grinding an endgame, but no, Pia has done the job.
Yeah.
Well, what can we say? What a first day. Fantastic games as well. No boring games, lots of interesting dynamic positions and different openings. And here are the results in full. So Irene Sukanda beating Brunello. Abdulmalik draw against Miraria Alarcon. Mamadzada against Aziz, draw. Pia Kramling, as we just saw, great win for her. Sibag Chris, a nice draw. Muzichuk Hari, I would say that was one of the better games from the guys today because Ravi really did well to draw that. Olga Gira crushing Joe Gallagher. Stefanova, also a nice result for her, draw against Cheng. Jovanka was the only game that didn't go well for the ladies today, and then Marcel Efroimski winning against Eric Rosen. What can we say? Round 1 goes to the women, no question about that. They crushed them, crushed the men, and they are in control. But the men do have the white pieces tomorrow. They're going to have to bounce back immediately if they're going to not... I think this is a momentum tournament as well. They don't want to fall too far behind. You don't suddenly want to be 8 points or 10 points behind.
Definitely.
So it's important that they make a stand tomorrow. There's only going to be one way you'll find out, and that's by tuning in. So please do come tomorrow. And I believe that's all from us, unless there's anything else you would like to discuss. I think we're done here for the day. So we're going to log off. Thank you so much to everybody commenting on YouTube, Twitter, and everything else. Tomorrow we'll try and get a few comments in on the show as well. But for today, that's us done. Thank you, Irina. Looking forward to tomorrow as well.
Yeah, I'm very much excited about it.
Should be great fun. See you tomorrow, same time, same place. Have a great evening.
Bye.